flagship event organized by Indonesia as a part of its ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. The forum serves as an inclusive platform for ASEAN member states and partners from public and private sectors to engage in constructive discussion, identify potential tangible projects, and promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. There will be three sub-themes that will be discussed at this forum. First one will be green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. The second one will be sustainable and innovative financing. And our third, digital transformation and creative economy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a briefer session that will be delivered by the Assistant Director of Analysis and Monitoring on Finance and Socioeconomic Issues Division on the ASEAN Secretariat, with the main topic, ASEAN Pathway to Carbon Neutral. Without further ado, please welcome Ms. Latifa Haida Abdul Latif.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much, Madam Germany, and good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here this morning, and I wish that I could be able to share some insights and a quick introduction to ASEAN's pathway towards carbon neutrality. So on Sunday last week, ASEAN adopted the strategy for carbon neutrality, which marked the beginning of an exciting and critical pathway for the region's journey towards carbon neutral future. Why I say it's exciting? Because the region's transition towards carbon neutrality is expected to unlock tremendous economic benefits for the region. Based on our estimation, green transition, if I can have the next slide, please. Based on our estimation, in coming up or in developing the strategy, the transition would add up to $1 trillion to ASEAN GDP and bring in up to $1 trillion of green investment to the region, and it can create up to 12 million jobs by 2030. And if we extend the projection to 2050, the number will be even more impressive, as it will add up to 5.3 trillion value add to ASEAN's economy, bring in 6.7 trillion of green investments to the region, and creates up to 66 million jobs for the ASEAN's citizens by 2050. And why I say it's critical, because not only it provides a structured pathway for ASEAN to move towards carbon neutrality and address climate crisis, but it will also shape the region's future development and ensure ASEAN remain competitive on the global stage. So as you can see on the slide, up there on the screen, there are 8 strategies that have been developed to help address decarbonization challenges and accelerate the region's transitions to a carbon neutral future. The 4 strategies that you see at the top are the strategies that will drive economic growth for the region. This will be done by accelerating green value chain integration, creating regional circular economy supply chain, connecting green infrastructure and market, and developing interoperable carbon market, not only for the region, but also globally. And the 4 strategies that has been developed that you see at the root of the tree are the fundamental structure that needs to be in place for ASEAN to make the leap towards carbon neutral future. The first one is, if you can see the strategy number 5, is through credible and common standards, by attracting and deploying green capital, by creating an ecosystem that fosters green development, green talent development, and not just developing green talent development, but also mobility of these talents across the region, and by sharing green best practices. Next slide. So implementation of the strategy must be decisive, practical, and impactful. And for this, 16 initiatives have been identified to kickstart ASEAN's journey towards carbon neutrality. You will be able to look at these 16 initiatives on our website, and I encourage you to do so. The strategies has been designed to complement each ASEAN member state's national decarbonization policy, and through the strategy, ASEAN will be able to benefit from regional complementarity, create economies of scale for decarbonization solution, promote sustainable growth, and chart the opportunities for a more ambitious pathway for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN has a real leadership opportunity to set an example to other regions in the world on taking collective actions to address decarbonization. And the time to act is now to shape a region ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Latifa Haida Abdul Latif. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us now proceed to the first panel discussion, the prospect of green infrastructure investment across different areas of the Indo-Pacific. Allow me to invite our moderator, Mr. David Boylan, Managing Director for ASEAN and East Asia of Mott MacDonald. Can we have a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? And also our esteemed speakers. Would like to kindly invite Mr. Sulio Bongdala, CEO of Lokalao. Joining us, Mr. Glenn Keys, Executive Chair and Founder of Aspen Medical. We'd like to also invite Mr. Joachim von Amsberg, Special Advisor to the President of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And last but never the least, Ibu Emma Sri Martini, Finance Director of Pertamina. Mr. David Boylan, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. Many thanks. Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all. Actually, a very big congratulations to you all as well for beating the Jakarta traffic and making it here. So well done. Just to reintroduce very quickly, my name is David Boylan. I'm the Managing Director of Mott MacDonald in Asia. And it really is my honour to be here today to moderate this plenary session where we're going to discuss the prospects of green infrastructure investment. I just very quickly want to place a loose definition around what we mean by green infrastructure investment. For me, it's really about talking about the allocation of financial resources to develop, maintain, or enhance systems that provide a wide range of environmental, economic, and social benefits. Now, taking into account some of the increasing weather extremes we're seeing around the world at the moment, green infrastructure investment centred on climate mitigation and adaptation is becoming ever more urgent. But of course, as we all know, there are some major challenges associated with green infrastructure investment, such as high upfront costs, very long payback periods, regulatory and policy barriers, as well as technical challenges and maintenance issues which really threaten long-term viability. So for the conversation today, we've got an absolutely brilliant panel lineup joining me. I just want to reintroduce Sulio Bongdala, the CEO of the tech startup Loka, which is now the leading ride-hailing service in Laos, and importantly, committed to plans for its entire vehicle fleet being electric by 2030 and supported by the development of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The support of green infrastructure investment to transition to a low-carbon transport system for the ASEAN region is crucial. And I'm certainly looking forward to hearing from Sulio some of your thoughts on this. Glenn Keys, who's the Executive Chair and Founder of Aspen Medical, who specialise in providing efficient and innovative healthcare solutions to what are often remote and under-resourced environments. Now, healthcare is a fascinating sector, especially when you consider the wide-ranging sustainability challenges it faces. For example, tackling the ever-increasing quantities of clinical waste. So it's going to be really interesting hearing from Glenn on some of the particular challenges the healthcare sector faces in respect to green infrastructure investment. Then Dr. Joachim von Amsberg, Special Advisor to the President of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. Multilateral banks and development finance institutions like AIIB play a really important role in mobilising private capital towards green infrastructure projects. And they do this, for example, by reducing risk, helping with the high upfront costs associated with green infrastructure projects. So it's great having Dr. Joachim here. and I look forward to his thoughts on green infrastructure investment from the perspective of the AIIB. And last but not least, I introduce Ibu Emma Sri Martini, who is the Director of Finance of Pertamina. And now Pertamina, like all energy majors, faces the challenge of low-carbon energy transition. But Pertamina has actually really made some important inroads to embracing low-carbon fuels such as hydrogen and ammonia, as well as wider renewable energy investments, particularly into geothermal. So I'm really looking forward to hearing Ibu Emma's thoughts and views on the balance of simultaneously providing energy services whilst at the same time effecting a transition towards low-carbon future and also maintaining revenues and profits. So it's an amazing panel lineup. Welcome to you all. I'm really excited to hear from you all on the landscapes and opportunities of green infrastructure investments in our ASEAN region. And given the diversity of you all, I'm really looking forward to hearing about your experiences and best practices in pioneering green infrastructure, in particular how to overcome some of these challenges and building investor confidence. So without further ado, let's hear from our panel members on their insights and thoughts into this topic area. So a general question to you all first. I'll go through one by one. I'm very interested to hear from each of you in respect of how you see the trends, prospects and outlook of green infrastructure investment in the ASEAN Indo-Pacific region, particularly with reference to your particular industries. So let's start with Solio and electric vehicle infrastructure. Solio.
Yes. For us, like Loka and Laos, in the recent year, we have been seeing a lot of renewable projects. Similar, in the recent months, Laos has just approved the construction of the largest wind energies project, which is a 600 megawatt wind project in the southern of Laos, which is the largest in Southeast Asia. And in the transportation side, which is what we are doing in Laos, we've been investing heavily on the infrastructure on EV charging station, and also come up with the financing models that can help our drivers and other people to be able to transition from the gasoline vehicle into the electric cars. For Laos, it's quite challenging, but it has been very well adapted, similar to Thailand and similar in the ASEAN country as well. Now we are rapidly adapting the electric cars. And for us, we are more focusing on the transportation on the private sectors, transportation service. For us, now is 10% of our 10% of the EV that has been imported to Laos are now on our platform. That's at the moment. And then I have seen a lot of smart city projects that help the community and city to build sustainable and communities. I think that's quite of the trend that's been going on in the regions. Yes.
Great, thank you very much, Solio. Glenn, interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I think for us, there are 4 key areas that are critical for green infrastructure and what's going to drive business opportunity in the future. The first of those is actually cost saving, but you've got to look at it over the long term. Too many people are focused on what does it cost to build, not what does it cost to build and operate. And in the work we're doing, for example, here in Indonesia, where we'll have the very first green accredited hospital in the country, we can see dramatic savings in energy usage, water usage going forward. The next is social purpose. We find that staff want to work at a company that is taking an interest in the environment, investing in green infrastructure, and it drives customer engagement as well. Partners and investors is the next one. We find that like-minded people want to work on those areas, and they are hungry for organisations that are leading the push and are willing to take the investment to design for green infrastructure and what it means for the future. And lastly, responsibility. As you mentioned, healthcare is one of the largest users of environmental impact and leaving a carbon footprint. And so being able to show people that we are committed to a greener future, committed to reducing our carbon footprint, be it in the facilities we design, how they operate, or the equipment we use, is really, really critical. Particularly when you start to get into the Indo-Pacific area, where it is so expensive to get materials to and from, to produce materials locally, we are going out of our way to work and engage with local businesses to scale up, to provide us with the materials we need both during the construction and operations phases that we can buy locally, drive the economy, but drive down our carbon footprint and increase that green infrastructure example across the region.
Great, thank you, Glenn. Dr. Yohim, from the perspective of AIIB.
So in 2015, at the same time as the Paris Agreement was negotiated and concluded, Asian nations got together to create the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. All the 10 ASEAN members joined AIB at that time with a specific mandate to finance infrastructure. And so, having been founded at the time of the Paris Agreement, green infrastructure was put into the DNA of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So I'm delighted to be here, and greening of infrastructure is at the core of our mandate. The greening of infrastructure is really an imperative. At least 60% of carbon emissions are directly associated with the energy and transport sectors. So there's just no way to preserve a livable planet without greening infrastructure. Asian nations, ASEAN countries are directly impacted by rising sea level, by weather events, and so climate adaptation is obviously a top priority for ASEAN nations, and again, green infrastructure that is focused on adaptation in addition to mitigation is central to, I think, the concerns of this region. What is the record so far? I think it's a very mixed one. There are some subsectors that have really taken off, especially in the renewable space, and here I have to single out the two largest markets, India and China, with two very, very different models, have taken off in a massive way. So you see massive investments in renewable that are now commercially viable in those two markets, as an example of the real breakthrough at scale. There are other areas where progress is much slower. There's still a lot of investment in carbon-intensive energy generation systems that will become stranded assets sooner rather than later. And the overall incentives for investments in green infrastructure are still, let me say, fragmented. It's a patchwork of incentives that are facing investors. There's an appeal from government, there are government targets, of course, there's pressure from some customer markets, there's pressure from some financial institutions, there are emerging voluntary carbon markets, and all these incentives sort of point in the direction toward more green infrastructure finance, green infrastructure investment. But they don't yet add up to a coherent framework of incentives. And I think that's why, on the one hand, clearly the transition, the decarbonization of ASEAN economies has begun, but on the other hand, there's still a very, very long way to go to actually make that transition happen at the scale and at the speed at which the target that the international community has set itself will require.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yohim. Last but not least, Ibu Emma, your thoughts.
Can you hear me? Okay, I think in the case of Pertamina, by being a national oil company, Pertamina has to carry out our priority mandate, which is have to secure our national energy security. By Pertamina being an integrated oil company, we have to some extent some luxury because we do have infrastructure, integrated supply chain from upstream, midstream, and downstream. And starting within the year of 2020, with the push factor of having pandemic COVID at that time, we restructure our organizations to anticipate green energy transitions. We established 6 different subholding grouped by each cluster. I think this strategy is very effective to attracting investment, to attracting the business matching which particular sectors. The 6 different subholding consists of, the first one is upstream. This is mainly still focusing on the fossil fuel business. The second one in the refinery and petrochemical, this is energy transition, what we call it. And the third one is the commercial and trading. The fourth one, gas. The fifth is the integrated marine logistic, which is more inviting green infrastructure in this case. And the last one but not least is the subholding power and new renewable energy. This is our future business. Because Pertamina now, our revenue proportion is mostly contributed by fossil fuel, more than 95%. Going forward, revenue coming from renewable energy will be increasing over time. So I think that's why we try to put more allocations in terms of capex to more boosting investment in the renewable energy. Currently, our renewable energy coming from geothermal is still small. The capacity is still only around 700 megawatts. Gas to power 1.8 gigawatt. So I think in the next 5 years will be increasing quite significantly. So I think this is our strategy also to addressing global energy transitions by establishing two main strategies. The first one is decarbonization the existing business. How that we can operate with the greener operating model with the existing business. Because at the same time also we have to carry out to secure our national energy security. And the second one, how that we can build our low carbon fuel business, our green business. This is something to do with the green ammonia, green hydrogen, CCUS and all that. So I think those two mandates we have to carry out at the same time. Because we have to more focus on investing in renewable energy as well. That's why we put already in our net zero carbon roadmap. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ibu, Emma, and thank you all for that overview of the opportunities there. So before going on to do a deeper dive into any of the specific sectors of transport, energy or healthcare, I just want to come back to Dr. Joachim and ask for a more general view of what you have seen as exemplary best practices and successful projects in green infrastructure in the ASEAN region, and of course particularly those supported by the AIIB.
Let me mention 3 examples for investments we have made that I think illustrate the opportunities for greening infrastructure in ASEAN. First is, as I already mentioned, the really booming renewable energy area. So we are investing, for example, in hydropower pump storage in Indonesia, but also cross-border investments. So, for example, energy connectivity between different ASEAN countries. We are investing in energy generation in Laos PDR, in wind power, in hydropower that is then used in the Vietnamese market as an example for how energy transmission across countries can actually raise and increase the share of renewables in the energy supply in ASEAN. So we're very proud and keen to expand those kinds of renewable investments. The second area I want to highlight is technological innovation. Studies show that 60% of the carbon reductions that are necessary to be achieved come from areas and technologies that are not yet mature, that are still under development. In order for us to help accelerate that development of new technologies, we have invested as limited partner in a number of private equity funds that are investing in companies, startups and other companies that are developing new technologies, whether it's in green hydrogen, whether it's in battery technology, whether it's in mobile technology, that are really developing those areas where the carbon savings will come from in the future. So there are areas that require equity financing, and again, as a multilateral, we have invested in a number of private equity funds that are providing that capital to technology companies in that space. Third and lastly, and in order to create private investment in infrastructure at scale, we are partnering with Singaporean institutions to help securitize infrastructure finance. Together with Clifford Capital, based in Singapore, Bayfront is a platform that purchases infrastructure loans from banks that originate these transactions, securitizes them, and sells them to institutional investors. I mention that because it's a really interesting model of how to bring the large volume of available capital from institutional investors into the infrastructure space in developing market. Something we've all talked about for years, if not decades, and it's finally beginning to happen at some scale. And that work together with Singaporean Clifford Capital and Bayfront is to us the most promising development for bringing institutional capital. And that means capital at a much larger scale than individual project finance into that space. So we're very proud to be partnering with those initiatives and therefore making our little contribution toward the greening of infrastructure in ASEAN.
Thanks. And Solio, coming to yourself now. I mean, Dr. Joachim has just spoken there about the importance of really investing in pioneering technologies. And you yourself actually are a pioneer in green infrastructure and the application in Laos. I'm interested to know, why do you think pivoting to green infrastructure might be beneficial for business in the long run?
Yes, I think there are two main key that driving our green infrastructure projects in Laos. Is like in the short term is obviously is about economy, right? Economic goal of the drivers. So Laos is, to give a little bit of context, it's a small country. We have 7 million people. So being in the small countries mean like you can change everything easier than the larger population, right? So Laos is, another thing is Laos is the second country in the Southeast Asia that pay the most expensive price for the gasoline. But we do have energy surplus of almost 80% on the electricity. So that's why I think like moving into the green infrastructure is the most making sense for the business and economy. For example, after we switch into the EV, we built the EV charging station around the country. Our drivers switch into the EV, they see the energy cost saving of 90%. Imagine you spend $100 on the gasoline driving for like maybe 500 kilometers. And now you only spend $10. You have $90 left in your pocket on every single $100 you spend. That's how much the energy saving on the driver's side. But another thing is for me is personal. It's quite personal because I think like if we want our children, I'm the father of 2, so if we want our children to live in the healthier environments and to think greens, now is the time to build the green infrastructure for them. So what we have been building is just part of that future for the next generation, especially my children. So I also hope that to encourage anybody else here as well, doesn't have to be a pioneer, but to participate in this green infrastructure development that we hope that our next generation that would be able to benefit from what we have been building today. And that's what I also hope for my kid, to benefit from what I've been building today as well.
Thank you, Solio, and it's a very timely reminder. It's not all about business. Introduction of thoughts about the new generation is great. So, Glenn, you're pioneering the way in healthcare. I wonder if actually a few thoughts from you on the same question, if that's okay.
So I think it's really critical to explain to people what it is you're doing and how it's going to impact on lowering carbon footprint, lowering carbon emissions. And so we're investigating for the facilities we're doing that are green facilities, how do we explain to people the benefit of what's happening? They can't see geothermal work, they can't see the solar panels, they don't see the water recirculation. So you've got to explain that to them in a way that they can understand and start to interpret, and then get them to ask the question, well, if this hospital can do it, why not that one over there? So you've got to start to do that. But the other thing you need to do is get them thinking about what they're doing. So COVID for the world really prompted telehealth. Everybody was able to reach out through telehealth to get consults. Now what we want to do is say to people, every time you do a telehealth appointment, instead of driving across town to a doctor, you are reducing your carbon footprint. And so we're investigating the idea of having a little calculator that says at the end of your telehealth consult, this is the carbon credit you effectively created by having that telehealth consult. As AI comes more into data analysis and we're able to reduce treatment times because we have earlier diagnosis, that is also going to have an impact. And so the idea of saying to people, every time you see your doctor early rather than late, it's going to have a benefit, could flow on for years. And I really love the point of saying to us, and this is going to impact not just you, but your family, your children, and how it goes from there. The final piece I'd say is, before I get on that, is training. So a huge amount of training goes into health professionals. And we are now investigating not just remote training, we trained over 8 million people remotely during COVID, but now building towards VR and AR-based training so that you can have people in a room, you can train them no matter where they are in ASEAN or the Pacific, and yet be training them with some of the leading specialists. And suddenly you're not flying people in, you're increasing skills with a very reduced footprint. The final thing I'd suggest is there is a role for government here around incentives. And I don't mean to pay people, but to perhaps create an incentive that you could be fast-tracked to achieve perhaps a certain standard or accreditation or reduced payments. If you are not only promoting green infrastructure, but you're showing the public how they can do it as well. And that will motivate other industries to go, oh, look, they've been accredited faster, maybe we can get that as well. So I think there's a role for industry to market what they're doing, to explain to people that every person is important in what they can do, and government to help incentivise it, not necessarily through additional funding, but perhaps through fast-tracking some approvals. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Glenn. Now, Ibu Emma, I'm going to come on to something a little bit more energy specific. So Pertamina, it's one of the biggest developers now of green ammonia and green hydrogen. I'm interested in your thoughts on how these new fuels fit into the global energy supply chain and how they can fulfill the ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific needs for green energy supply.
Yeah, I think Indonesia has a big potential for the green energy, including geothermal, as I mentioned earlier, that we do have also our subsidiary, we call it a subholding Power and New Renewable Energy, which focusing on renewable energy. Now they are operating more than 700 megawatts, and going forward will be additional more than 200 megawatts will be operational in the next 2 years. Yeah. And beside that, also gas to power. Talking about green ammonia as well as green hydrogens, clearly that by having geothermal, we'll be having potential for green hydrogens. Again, as our mandate as being a national oil company, that our priority is to secure our national energy security. So there are some conversations with our potential off-taker for green hydrogens. So our first priority is to provide national energy security first, and the second one, certainly we can be able to export our green hydrogen, provided the readiness level of the green hydrogen off-taker here in Indonesia probably maybe taking some time to be able to off-taking our green hydrogen product. That's why we try to discuss with our potential off-taker as well. Related to how that we can tap financing to support us in terms of implementing all those green energy initiatives. Again, we have many options to do that. And first thing first, we have to be able that we can prove that ourselves we are operating in a greener operating model. With proof our ESG score is really convincing enough. Now that we are sitting at the second rank of sub-industry oil and gas integrated. So we really committed that our operating really committed to support ESG. So this is our attractive factors that for us can be more easy to invite our strategic partner to invest in our green infrastructure.
Great, and I love the bit when you're saying, well, how to tap the financing, which brings me back to Dr. Joachim. Listening to Ibu Emma and the potential role of new technologies and low-carbon fuels such as hydrogen, ammonia, what can the multilaterals like AIIB do to support and accelerate the growth of industrial decarbonisation in ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific?
The role of multilateral development banks like the World Bank, the ADB, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is really to bridge the gap between the supply and the demand for infrastructure finance. And it's a bit of a paradox. You have this huge need for investment. The studies that say $1.5 trillion of investment needed in Asia every year, just to quote one of those gigantic numbers. And that investment is not yet happening at that scale. On the other hand, you have very large amounts of capital that are looking for projects, looking for investment opportunities, looking for yield. And the demand and the supply often do not meet. The actual flow of investment into these projects is actually quite small in emerging markets. And the multilateral development banks' role is really to connect the demand and supply in three ways. One is on our balance sheet. So institutional investors can buy our bonds. And we use the proceeds of these bonds to make loans and investments in projects, infrastructure projects in ASEAN. That's the direct way. We make very long-term loans at favorable conditions based on these funds we receive through our bond issuances. That's good, that's important, but it is ultimately limited by the size of our balance sheet. So therefore, in addition to that, we work together with our co-financiers, with private investors. And through the presence of multilaterals, often private investors have comfort that projects are implemented to international standards, for example, on carbon, on environmental social standards, on emission reductions, that there's trust in the roles that government play in those roles. Often regulatory risks are one of the biggest obstacles to private investment in infrastructure, and the presence of multilaterals provides some protection that governments will honor commitments they're making, because these same governments are our shareholders as multilaterals. So there's a privileged relationship with governments. So that's the second way. The third and final way we do is by helping create markets. And I just referred to my comment earlier on the creation of the securitization platform, which is an example of where we are helping create a market for finance flows from institutional investors to infrastructure that did not exist before. But again, it's one of those roles where multilaterals, yes, provide some money, but also provide the framework for a partnership between those different parties that have to come together to make this flow of finance from the large pool of investors to this huge need for investment a reality.
Great, thank you, Dr. Joachim. Coming back to Glenn, we've just heard from Ibu Emma and Dr. Joachim on the potential of new energy supplies and the investment opportunities that there are. But of course, pivoting to sustainable energy supplies is one part of the equation. But being more efficient in our consumption of energy is another often overlooked aspect. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on how we increase grassroots awareness and encourage behavioural change on energy conservation. That's to Glenn. Yeah, what's to you?
Sorry. Look, I think you've really got to try to understand what is motivating people. I think there's a great opportunity for the use of digitisation around talking to people at a grassroots level. I think we need to understand what's an easy mechanism to get to people, social media, and how it can be used around what it means for them, for example, for the use of biotechnology, for monitoring. Patient monitoring has become a big deal and will only grow over time. And I think being able to take developments, explain them in a very, very understandable way, strong use of social media and, less cats and start getting to talking about what really influences people in their lives, I think will be a critical way to get people across understanding at a grassroots level what is required to change behaviour and that every single person is responsible at that level. And health is something that is really critical. I think we also want to think that who is reading the messages in a healthcare sector, 80% of all healthcare decisions are made by women. And understanding that, understanding how we talk to that demographic and what's important. If you look at the age groups across ASEAN and even the Pacific, ASEAN is young. While the developed world is growing old, ASEAN is young. About 50% of the population of Indonesia is under the age of 30. And so they are the people who are motivated by the future. giving them the opportunity to make a clear decision between something that has a green initiative and a low carbon footprint compared to something that doesn't, that's going to drive behaviour very, very quickly.
Great, thank you, Glenn. I think we've just about got time for one last question because I'm being encouraged to finish on time because apparently there's a VIP following us. Last question to Solio. How can digital platforms like LOCA play a role in diminishing carbon emissions and nurturing a sustainable urban ecosystem?
Yes, Glenn made a really, really big point, which connected to what we did. Besides communicating with the social media, which make a really big impact on our communication side. But on our platform side, for LOCA, we have two communication that we have to do. First is the customer. Second is the driver. The driver is really person that's really grassroots that we need to educate them. So for our driver on their mobile application, we actually have a dashboard for them. If they are still driving a gasoline car, we will tell them this is how much you spend on the gasoline. This is what would you benefit if you switch into the EV. And then they see the carbon emission in real time and also seeing the money that they would save in real time. That make them encourage them want to switch. But after they switch, they also see their real-time data, how much money they have been saving and how much pollution they have been reduced. So that they can also communicate with another grassroots drivers that make a domino and network effect. So the impact has been huge. In 2021, there's only 140 EV imported to Laos. In 2020-22, there's 1,400. That's the number of increasing. But total EV in Laos right now, around 2,500 EV have been imported so far. And 10% of that now are on a platform. Because of our driver, they have been communicating. And then on the customer side, we recently introduced, we call a climate dashboard. So when you ride on our EV, you can see in real time how much pollution you have been reducing in real time. That's also helped to educate the customer as well, that not only that you are on the green ride, but now you have been seeing what impact you've been made to the environment and the community in real time. That's what we use the digital platform for.
Solio, thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists. Just a few wrapping up points from myself by way of summation. I think it's been absolutely fantastic hearing about the scale of the opportunity, especially in transport, healthcare, and the world of energy. And really, whilst there are challenges, it's really quite reassuring to hear how, there are so many examples of how these challenges are being overcome. And most importantly, how the role of finance plays within that, and enabling finance, certainly with the help of the multilaterals. I guess one final point of reflection that I've taken away from this discussion, almost all of you actually, as panelists, hit on a common theme of the role of government and what role government can play. For me, whilst government has played a role, a lot of the initiatives and the overcoming the challenges has been largely driven by innovation within the private sector itself. So I wonder going forward, as a final question, what more can government do in the ASEAN to really create an enabling environment for green infrastructure investment and to really fulfill that potential? So, can everybody please join me in thanking all of the panelists. It's been an absolutely great pleasure to host you all. Thank you very much for all of your contributions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, once again, please give a big round of applause to Mr. David Boylan as our moderator for the first panel discussion and also our esteemed speakers for the depth insights. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next agenda, please allow me to share with you a little bit of the background of the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum as an implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific a flagship event organized by Indonesia as a part of its ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. The ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum aims to unlock further opportunities and build stronger connectivity between ASEAN countries and the Indo-Pacific. It will serve as an inclusive platform for ASEAN member states and partners, mainly from the public and private sectors, to engage in constructive discussions, identify potential tangible projects, and promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. 3 major issues of the future will be discussed. The first is green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. Second is sustainable and innovative financing. And third, digital transformation and creative economy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us pivot to our next discussion, on sub-theme 1, and that is green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. With CEO Fireside Chat on developing green infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific, current state and beyond. Without further ado, please allow me to invite on stage our speaker, Ibu Nika Widiawati, as CEO of Pertamina, and also Mr. Nick Marsh, BBC Asia Business Correspondent, as our moderator for this discussion. Mr. Nick Marsh, please go ahead. Ibu Nika Widiawati, kami persilakan. Mr. Marsh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this short fireside chat on developing green infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific. I'm Nick. I work for the BBC as their Asia business correspondent based in Singapore. David, the previous moderator, said that there's a VIP following him. I'm sorry, that's definitely not me. I think that's the one after. But it is a pleasure to be here. It's even bigger pleasure to have you, Ibu Nike Widiawati, Chief Executive of Pertamina, Indonesia's state oil and gas company, of course. Good morning, and thank you for being here, Ibu.
Yeah, morning. Good morning. May I call you Nick?
Of course.
So Nick and Nika, it's a good combination. So thank you for having me here, and sorry for coming late. So
that's okay. It's Jakarta traffic.
That's okay.
I don't know if everyone can hear Ibu with the microphone.
Okay.
I think that's a bit better, isn't
yes.
it?
It's okay.
Yeah, okay. Look, Pertamina is involved in so much about Indonesia's green energy transition. I just wanted to start by asking you this. Indonesia has some very ambitious targets when it comes to renewable energies. The country wants 23% of its energy mix by 2025 to be renewables. At the moment, it's about 10%. Sitting here right now, how confident are you that Indonesia can more than double its proportion of renewables in just 2 years?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nick. So we are all now facing the same challenge in climate. So I don't want to jump to new and renewable energy. Before that, we have to having the same perspective and understanding. We are talking about the climate change. So the most important thing is, how is the energy transition pathway? We have the same objective. The finish line is net zero emission, not zero, net zero emission. But now, each country have a different position, different starting point. So differing in economic development stage and also social challenge will lead to different energy transition pathway. For Indonesia, we are a developing country, and we have the ambitious target to increase our GDP, to maintain the stable economic growth, as well as inflation rate. So we need an energy as a catalyst for our economic growth. What we have to do now is energy security. It should keep maintaining. Pertamina is state-owned enterprise, have a mandate to maintain the energy security and energy resiliency. But on the other hand, we also have to support the government target to achieve net zero emission. So we have 3 parallel main agenda actually for achieving that target. First, we keep maintaining our legacy business, but with different operation methodology. We do several initiatives for decarbonization. So there is, our legacy business is carbon positive, but through the decarbonization program, we reduce that. There is a short term, but we have also the mitigation for the long term. For example, for the oil business, we develop the two main agenda regarding to existing asset, our refinery. So we'll convert our refinery to be green refinery. So we can improve and accelerate our bioenergy. And the second is integrated refinery petrochemical. So when the fuel demand decline, we have two product bioasset. So there is a first. The second, we develop the zero carbon neutral business, just like geothermal. We have a huge potential in geothermal, hydro. So there is a carbon neutral initiative. The third one, since we still have the carbon positive, we have an initiative for carbon negative. It is CCUS and natural-based solution. So we have an abundant potential in CCUS, in NBS. And Indonesia also have a potential in critical material for energy transition. We are the biggest nickel reserve as well as nickel production, the second biggest in tin, the sixth biggest in bauxite, and the seventh biggest in copper. And we have also 400 gigaton CO2 storage potential for CCUS and NBS, one of the rainforests, the largest rainforest in the world. So there is a three main agenda that should be managed in parallel to keep maintaining the energy transition with and reducing the carbon emission and with affordable. It's very important for us, developing country. The energy security, energy accessibility, and affordability. There's just three main agenda that we have to keep maintaining, especially for Pertamina as state-owned enterprise.
Yeah. I mean, you've outlined a real range there of ways that Indonesia can move towards renewables and can move towards net zero. You've also just used that phrase there, net zero, rather than not zero, because Indonesia's very much it's in its own situation compared to a lot of countries when it comes to transitioning towards net zero. So the idea is that companies can continue polluting so long as they offset that.
Of carbon offsetting.
Yeah, so I would offset that and remove that carbon from the atmosphere. I want to focus in on one method that kind of taps into that kind of net zero rather than not zero. That's carbon capture storage. You said Indonesia can be a real hub for that. There's lots of untapped places, basins, reserves where carbon can be stored. But carbon capture storage, as we all know, has its detractors. It's incredibly expensive. The efficacy of it has also been, widely doubted. And also a lot of people say it doesn't really offer an incentive for fossil fuel companies to actually move away from using fossil fuels, right? What would you say to that, as the chief executive of Indonesia's oil and gas state company?
Yeah, so before 2002, Indonesia is net exporter with the production, daily production around 1.5 million barrel per day. So means we have a huge capacity in our reservoir. Our preliminary study found that we have 400 gigaton CO2 storage capacity. We started already. Last year, we inject the carbon from our one block, Subang, CO2 from Subang block, inject to one of our block near the location, we call it Jatibarang, and successfully complete. From that carbon injection, we not just store the carbon, but also increase the production of oil and gas in that block, around 50%. So now we are in progress for the second project in Sukowati. And then now we are also progressing in the third project in Sunda Asri Basin with one of the global company that our study in one location, we have the potential around 2 gigatons CO2 storage. And we signed already with some company as a customer. How about the economic point of view? Technology. I believe that along the way there is, the improvement of technology that can reducing the capex as well as opex. But there is depend on our scheme or mechanism. For example, in our Jati Barang block, we just send the CO2 by pipeline. We don't have to convert or liquefaction the CO2 and distribute to the vessel. The same case in Sundrasi. We will try to look for the CO2 surrounding that area and just transport it by pipeline. So make it more up. We can reduce the capex as well. With 400 gigaton CO2 potential, Indonesia can become a regional hub of CO2. Now the government start to establish new regulation for the carbon utilization. Now we have the regulation for carbon utilization, but still in progress for carbon storage, as well as open for the regional country to store also in our CCUS storage.
I mean, you mentioned the huge potential there. We were just talking before this chat here on stage about where the money's going to come from. Because, for example, the Just Energy Transition Partnership money, that's focused on renewables, right? This is a whole different thing. This is about offsetting the pollution that comes from using fossil fuels. Where is this money going to come from? It's really expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. So, carbon trading mechanism. One of the collaboration that can be created in ASEAN Indo-Pacific, we have the regional carbon trading mechanism. So there's the money come from the carbon tax, carbon trading mechanism. So it's more feasible. But I told to the JETP, if we can propose something, just energy transition is not related to new and renewable only, but also how to make a transition, the energy transition. As I mentioned before, we cannot jump from fossil energy to new and renewable energy. Just an orderly and affordable transition, we have to do that.
Yeah.
So our proposal to JETP is also include the decarbonization initiative in the JETP scope.
Yeah,
it's
so
very important.
Broadening the scope there, yeah. You mentioned carbon markets as well. That's something we'll be talking about later on this afternoon. Look, we only have a couple of minutes, so I'm going to ask you if it's possible to be brief. You've got the Pertamina on its website has the 8 pillars of its energy transition, right? I'm just going to go through them here, and I want you to pick one and get our audience excited about the one that you see most potential in. You've got green refinery, bioenergy, geothermal, hydrogen, gasification, EVs, like you were talking about earlier, new renewable energies, and the circular carbon economy, which you just touched on there.
So maybe I will choose the green refinery. Also the bioenergy. Why? Our strategy, actually, how to achieve the energy security and energy independency, national energy independency, through unleashing our domestic resources. We have a lot of the primary energy for bioenergy. So we start already actually with biodiesel, B35. 35% is coming from CPO based. And now, B35, last year, per year, we successfully reduced around 28 million tons CO2 from that initiative. And as well as we can reduce the imported. And the second is biogasoline. We will blend our gasoline with ethanol, bioethanol, that's coming from molasses, sugarcane, or cassava, or corn and sorghum. And the second generation can produce from the waste. And the third is SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. So through bioenergy, the just energy transition, everybody say that during energy transition, no one left behind. So my thinking is, Indonesia have 280 million people. If we just move to new and renewable energy, so what is the employment? Unemployment will be increased. So if we accelerate the bioenergy, there is a plantation will be grown.
Great.
And can absorb all the employment there, and then the processing facility, the distribution, existing distribution can be used, as well as ICE, internal combustion. So all the ecosystems still the same.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was a really difficult task I gave you. You completed it with aplomb in 2 minutes. Thank you, Nika Widyawati, Chief Executive of Pertamina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nick Marsh and Ibu Nika Widyawati, for your great insights and also expertise. May you please return to your seats. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as of current, we are still waiting for the Honorable Anthony Albanese, MP, Prime Minister of Australia. We thank you for your kind patience and understanding. We kindly invite you also to please remain seated, and once again to ensure that all mobile devices is switched to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, if you would please be seated at your seat, as we are now waiting seconds away to wait for the arrival of the Honorable Anthony Albanese, MP, Prime Minister of Australia. We thank you for your understanding. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please be seated at your seat as we are going to proceed to our first Leaders Talk of the day. We thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the Honorable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Alongside with the Minister of State-Owned Enterprise of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Eric Thohir. Ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly be seated. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to our first Leaders Talk. Without further ado, it is our honor to invite the Honorable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. To ministers who've joined us today, I thank you for giving me the honour of your presence here. And it is wonderful to be back in Jakarta. Thanks for the warm welcome back to this great city. When Australia became ASEAN's first dialogue partner in 1974, my predecessor, Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, described ASEAN as unquestionably the most important and the most relevant group in our region. Half a century later, Australia and Southeast Asia have both changed profoundly. We are both more diverse and we are more engaged. Our economies are more open, more modern and more connected. Our prosperity and security and stability more intertwined. We face environmental challenges, economic uncertainty and strategic competition on a level of complexity that could not have been imagined 49 years ago. And yet for all that has changed, a defining truth endures. The centrality of ASEAN is vital to Australia's future because Australia and ASEAN are bound by more than an accident of geography or the virtue of history. We share a common belief in the opportunities of this region, the potential of our peoples, and we hold a common responsibility to advance stability, peace and prosperity for every nation that calls Southeast Asia home. To recognise the sovereignty of every country and the inherent dignity of every individual. To ensure this is a region where each of us can shape our own destiny and secure our own future, to ensure that we continue to work together. And I'm here to affirm Australia's belief in the power and value of ASEAN centrality, and to match those words with deeds. Today I announce our government's strategy for the most significant upgrade of Australia's economic engagement with ASEAN for a generation, an overdue strengthening of our engagement to reflect the speed of the transformation underway and the scale of the opportunities which are ahead. The strategy we outlined today reflects an enduring truth. This is where Australia's economic destiny lies, and this is where our shared prosperity can be built. This is where, working together, the peace, stability and security of this region and the Indo-Pacific can be assured. The framework we are outlining today charts a course all the way to 2040, by which time ASEAN's combined economy is expected to be the fourth largest in the world. We are building on a strong foundation. In 2022, ASEAN accounted for nearly 15% of Australia's overall trade, greater than our two-way trade with Japan or the United States. But Australia's economic engagement with the region has not kept pace with the growth of Southeast Asian economies. Australia should be a larger trade and investment partner for Southeast Asia. The ambitious plan that we're sharing with you today takes us beyond catching up. It positions us for what's ahead. Throughout 2023, Australia's Special Envoy to Southeast Asia, Mr. Nicholas Moore, has travelled up and down the region, visiting every ASEAN nation besides Myanmar. He's had hundreds of conversations. He's absorbed hundreds of written submissions. And today I am launching Mr. Moore's report, Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040. Mr. Moore has identified 4 key priorities: raising awareness, strengthening understanding of markets, sectors and emerging trends, removing blockages, addressing barriers to trade and investment, building capability, ensuring Australia and the region have the skills and knowledge to work effectively together, and deepening investment, supporting Australian investors to identify, develop and finalise prospective deals in the region. He's also identified a number of key sectors which offer the greatest potential for growth, including agriculture and food, energy security and the clean energy transition, infrastructure and education and skills. Australia brings a lot to the table in expertise, goods, services and capital. We are a provider of first-class services, particularly in health and education. Our fast-growing tech sector is one of the largest in the Southern Hemisphere. We are a reliable, high-quality supplier of commodities, including in agriculture, minerals and energy. We are ready to use our strength in critical minerals, as well as abundant sun and wind resources, to support a secure and stable energy transition for the region. There are significant opportunities for our businesses in Southeast Asia's fast-growing economies, including in infrastructure and the clean energy transition. We will also benefit from further Southeast Asian investment and exports, which are already making a notable contribution to the Australian economy. The foundations are there too. Businesses across the region are already engaging. We've got Australian high-tech company Powerledger partnering with Thai solar providers to trial rooftop solar energy trading between apartment blocks in Bangkok. There's the Malaysian engineering company Gamuda working with the New South Wales government to build the Sydney Metro West. There's Australian company Oricon providing engineering and design services for exciting infrastructure and energy projects in Vietnam, and Indonesia's cutting-edge technology company, Bukalapak, which collaborated with the Victorian government to open its first international technology hub in Melbourne in 2023. These are just a few examples among many. It's the same story with trade. Leading Australian company Cochlear has transformed the lives of over 9,000 people in Southeast Asia through distribution of its sophisticated hearing implants. If you're lucky enough to be served a quintessential Australian lamington, which I recommend, the coconut is likely to hail from the Philippines. Our economies and our cultures are already so intertwined in ways big and small. But what Mr. Moore kept hearing during his extensive consultations was that both sides can do more. Australia is ambitious for what we can achieve with the region to tackle the challenge of climate change, for example. And we recognise that it's in all our interests to support the net zero transition. Greater trade diversification, including through supply chains, is also in the region's and Australia's mutual interests. There is so much potential still untapped. My government will respond to all the findings of this comprehensive report in due course, but there are some we're acting on right away. Today I announce we have committed $95.4 million to support 3 initiatives that go to the heart of the strategy's priorities. We'll form new deal teams based in Southeast Asia and drawing on public and private sector expertise to identify opportunities for Australian investors and support projects through to finalisation. These teams will develop a pipeline of investment-ready projects and advise Australian investors on matters from regulatory approvals to finding local commercial partners. We'll also embark on a new Southeast Asia Business Exchange program to boost two-way trade. This will improve awareness of trade opportunities both in Australia and in Southeast Asia. And we'll set up an exchange program for young professionals, building enduring links between Australian and Southeast Asian businesses. This will see talented young people from Australia gain experience working in Southeast Asian companies, as well as Southeast Asian professionals gaining experience in Australian businesses. I look forward to getting these up and running. Deepening our engagement with Southeast Asia is an absolute priority for Australia and for my government. But as I've said today, it's also an opportunity for the whole region. In the years ahead, all of us will benefit from the security we build together, the prosperity we create together, the stability that we preserve together, the sovereignty we respect together, the environmental commitments we fulfil together, the energy transition we drive together. We can make Australia ASEAN's next half-century even more successful than the last. And we can share in that success, ASEAN and Australia, together. I thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We had just concluded our first leader talk of the day. and would like to kindly say thank you for the support of our partners, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PL and Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, and Journey. Area, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, ROK Mission, U.S. ASEAN Business Council, World Intellectual Property Organization. We'd like to also thank our partners ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg News, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, Thales and Zoom to support our event ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. We thank you to all of you distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attendance and also participating on the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum for Day 2. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to proceed to a briefer session that will be delivered by Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, with the main topic, Indonesia Plan for Developing Green Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in today's briefing session, I would like to brief you all of Indonesia's plan in developing the green infrastructure to achieve its emission reduction target. Indonesia is committed to reducing emissions by 31.9% by 2030 with our national capacity and by 43.2% with international support. We are also very committed to be able to achieve net zero by the year of 2060. To support this ambition, Indonesia will focus on 5 major initiatives, particularly focusing on building the green infrastructure. First, increasing the capacity of our renewable energy. Indonesia has the potential to build 22 gigawatts of geothermal power, 75 gigawatt of hydropower, about 6.6 gigawatt of solar and biomass, and about 60.6 gigawatt of wind power. Our electricity development plan, 2022 to 2030, is the first of such plan with commitment to build more capacity of electricity from renewable resources. But Indonesia has more potential in renewable energy development than just in electricity. Which brings me to the second initiative, the development of biofuel, biomass, and other green molecules such as green hydrogen. By 2023, Indonesia has already developed B35, replacing about 35% of our diesel oil with FAME. And Pertamina has also launched recently Green Pertamax, which is comprised of gasoline as well as bioethanol, and targeting to be able to achieve E20 before 2030. Third, we are also launching and building our electric mobility and EV ecosystem in Indonesia. With about 26% of the world's resources in nickel, Indonesia has the ambitious plan to make batteries with a capacity of more than 140 gigawatt hour in the year of 2030. Other ASEAN member states also have great potentials, such as the Philippines, which actually also has a very significant potential in developing nickel. In Indonesia, we also have more resources than just nickel. And third, we are also trying to actually build also our capability and also our capacity in the area of not only biofuel, but we are also building our ability to be able to connect the green industry cluster. As you know, all of the ASEAN right now, we all have the ambition to be able to become part of the global supply chain in the EV ecosystem and also beyond. And therefore, to be able to develop a much more cohesive EV ecosystem, we need to also be able to connect our green industry cluster through what we call the green ASEAN grid. And that is also one of the key outcomes of today's ASEAN summit, is that how are we going to be able to connect the ASEAN member states through what we call the ASEAN grid. And I think one of the key potential things that we are going to be able to realize by connecting all of the ASEAN member states through ASEAN grid is that we are going to be able to develop a much more cohesive ecosystem in building the future supply chain for the world, including that in battery. Lastly, the development of the EV ecosystem as well as the manufacturing capacity will not be able to be realized without the connectivity amongst the ASEAN member states. And therefore, building green ports and storage for the green molecules, such as green hydrogens and sustainable aviation fuel, is one of the key elements of how are we going to be able to develop a much more cohesive ecosystem and much more regionalized supply chain in being able to develop this EV ecosystem. So some of the examples that we are actually seeing right now, for example, that there is an emerging hydrogen market that will be created of about 1.4 trillion market by the year of 2050, and therefore Indonesia right now is pushing for this initiative. Indonesia is still at the very nascent state of green hydrogen development. Regarding the SAF, Indonesia, Pertamina has also been developing as a sustainable aviation fuel through many of the initiative that we have. I think that's all that I can brief you on this green infrastructure. We hope that we'll actually give you some ideas about the topic that we will discuss in the following panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next agenda or the second leader's talk of the day, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receiver, you could collect it at the left side of the ballroom. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as now we are waiting for the next leader's talk with His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, we kindly request all delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated as we await for His Excellency Kishida Fumio. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you may so collect it at the left side of the ballroom. And once again, we kindly request of you for you to please stay seated, and also to ensure your mobile device to be switched to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you could collect the SIS receivers at the left side of the bellroom. Thank you. So once again, if you acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you may still collect it at the left side of the ballroom. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to kindly remind you once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, it could be collected at the left side of the ballroom. So once again, if you need an interpretation device, the SIS receivers, you can collect them at the left side of the ballroom. And once again, we kindly remind you to please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. Your Excellency, you may proceed to the podium. And the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated.
Hi, ご来賓の皆様、スラマットパギ、おはようございます。この度、日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年、そして日インドネシア外交関係樹立65周年の記念すべき年に、日本の総理大臣としてインドネシアを訪問し、この ASEAN インド太平洋フォーラムにおいてお話しできますことを大変光栄に思っております。インドネシアをはじめとする ASEAN 諸国の飛躍的な経済発展に後押しされ、インド太平洋地域は世界経済を力強く牽引をしています。インドネシアが本年の ASEAN 議長国として成長の中心、エピセントラム・オブ・グロースをテーマに掲げたこと、これはまさに時機を得たものだと思います。また、今回のフォーラムにおいて、日本から多くの協力プロジェクトが紹介される、このことを大変誇らしく思います。ASEAN の掲げるインド太平洋に関する ASEAN アウトロック AIPF と日本が進める自由で開かれたインド太平洋 FOIP は開放性、透明性、あるいは包摂性、国際法の尊重といった本質的な原則を共有しています。ASEAN の中心性、一体性を一貫して支持してきた日本は、2019年にいち早くこの AOIP への全面的な支持を表明いたしました。そして本日、ここに私は日 ASEAN 包括的連結性イニシアティブを発表し、日本として6つの分野で連結性強化の協力を進めていく旨宣言をいたします。6つの分野とは具体的に次の通りです。第一に交通インフラの整備です。港湾、道路、鉄道、空港を整備をし、ASEAN 諸国の人の流れ、物の流れを促進していく。我が国が現在実施しているプロジェクトは約2兆8000億円分にまで拡大をしています。ハード面での協力に加え、技術面によるソフト面での協力を行い、日本の技術や知識を継続的に提供してまいります。第2にデジタルコネクティビリティです。日本は ASEAN 各国のさらなるデジタル化、デジタル化、そしてデジタル技術を用いた地域の連結性強化に協力していくとともに、サイバー空間の安全を守ることに貢献をしていきます。第3に海洋協力です。海でつながった日本と ASEAN 諸国の連結性を強化する上で重要な要素です。 我が国は海上保安機関や海上警察への研修の実施、巡視船の供与などを通じて海上法執行能力の強化を支援していきます。第4はサプライチェーンの強靭化です。新型コロナのパンデミックやロシアのウクライナ侵略を受け、物資の安定的な流通の確保や食料安全保障が重要な課題となっています。我が国は ASEAN 地域のサプライチェーン強靭化に貢献し、共に危機に強い経済、これを築いていきます。第5に、電力の連結性です。急速な経済発展を遂げている ASEAN 地域では、電力需要も増大しています。安定的な電力供給を確保するため、我が国はマスタープランの策定や研修などを通じて、電力の連結性向上を支援していきます。そして最後に、人、地の連結性です。社会の発展を支えているのは人であり、人が持つ地です。我々は幅広い分野の人材交流や研修事業などを通じて、ASEAN 諸国の人材を育成するとともに、日本と ASEAN 諸国の人々のネットワーク、これを強化していきます。日本はこれらの分野において、今後3年間で5000人の人材育成を行います。ASEAN 諸国と技術協力を進め、ネットワークを強化することで、我が国も ASEAN とともに成長していく。日本と ASEAN が新たな社会的価値を共有できる未来を築いていきたいと思います。本年12月、日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年の締めくくりに ASEAN 諸国の首脳を東京にお招きをし、日 ASEAN 特別首脳会議を開催いたします。そしてその場で将来の日 ASEAN 関係と協力の大きな方向性を示すビジョンを共同で打ち出したいと考えています。政治、安全保障、経済、文化、社会の各分野にわたる幅広い協力のイニシアティブを打ち出すとともに、魅力ある文化、人的、知的交流や日本語教育支援の取り組み、これをさらに推進してまいります。こうした取り組みを通じて、日本と ASEAN の輝ける友情を次世代につなぎ、新たな時代を我々の輝ける機会とすべく、皆さんと共に前進してまいりましょう。照りまかし、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, leaving the premises. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while, we'll be tapping on the second panel discussion on resilient supply chain Indo-Pacific as a production hub for strategic industries, including EV and battery. We kindly request and we kindly invite for all participants, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated as once again we'll proceed to our next agenda, and that is the second panel discussion. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while, we'll be proceeding to our next agenda, and that is the second panel discussion. We kindly invite for all participants, ladies and gentlemen, to take your seat as our next program will begin shortly. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, We kindly invite for all of you to please remain seated. And also, we kindly remind you once again to ensure that all mobile devices to be switched off on or vibrate ringtone. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now tapping at the second panel discussion, Resilient Supply Chain, Indo-Pacific as a production hub for strategic industries, including EV and battery. With that said, I would like to kindly invite on stage our moderator for this panel, Mr. Tim Anderson, CEO, Sun Cable Indonesia. Our applause, please, for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I'd like to kindly invite our esteemed speakers, Bapak Ahmad Fazri, Director of Finance at MindID. We kindly invite Ms. Jeannie Tan, Chief Commercial Officer of DP World. And also, we'd like to kindly invite Mr. Sang Hon Yoon, Vice President, Head of Future Business Group, Hyundai Motor ASEAN Headquarters. Mr. Tim Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and have a seat, thank you. No pressure following two world leaders and just before lunch, so we will need to keep this very focused and back to business. I think we can hear the vision from our leaders, but now we need to get back and solve the world's problems in the real world. So it's great privilege to have with us three distinguished guests who will bring some perspectives around solving and reflecting on global supply chains, particularly as it relates to the ASEAN region. So in no particular order, we have representing Indonesia, Ahmad, one of the finance directors from MindID, which is an exciting new initiative from the Indonesian government to downstream a bunch of industries, so we'll talk about that. And we have from DP World, COO Jeannie from Singapore. DP World we'll hear from her about international global player in supply chain logistics. And then Mr. Yoon, we are very privileged to have a senior representative from Hyundai talking about some of the issues faced in the ASEAN region. So the key topic today is green and resilient supply chains. So we want to talk and elaborate on that. We want to get to the focus on the key issues that are facing businesses and what are going to be the challenges and solutions to unlock further trade flows in the ASEAN region specifically. So let's start with painting the general picture. Maybe, Jeannie, we could start with you. Maybe you could just explain a little bit about DP World and what your footprint is in ASEAN and your plans in that respect.
So DP World is an end-to-end logistics company. Our vision is to enable trade, and we are fully committed to...
Just check if your mic is green.
Sorry?
Green light.
What do I do with this one?
Is it green?
Nope.
Oh, it should be a green light. Okay, bisa minta tolong dari teknisi untuk cek mic-nya ini? Bu Jeannie?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, keep talking. So maybe while we're waiting for a little technical issues, Bu Jeannie, ibunya. Yeah.
Sorry for that. Testing. Okay.
Yeah.
So DP World is an end-to-end supply chain logistic company. Our vision is to enable trade. We want to bring cargoes to our customers from the factory floor to the customer's door. We're fully committed to provide sustainable logistic solutions to our customers.
Thank you, Jeannie. Maybe for Ahmad, could you like to explain a little bit about the vision and mission of MindID?
So MindID actually is a state-owned enterprise. It is a consolidating platform for mining asset and operation in Indonesia. We have covered 6 major metal and mining operation in Indonesia, which is Antam, Freeport, Bukit Asam, Inalum, Timah, and so on. So from the commodities portfolio, we have copper, gold, tin, manganese, and so on. So our mandate actually is for reserve ownership and then downstreaming. It will be our priority in the next few years, and also strengthening ecosystem for electric vehicle ecosystem.
So if I understand correctly, you have a bunch of mining companies as part of your group, and you also, I think, have a downstream battery factory or operation. Is that IBC?
Yeah, including IBC. It is a green.
Yeah. So Mine ID is at the forefront of the downstreaming policy from Indonesia? Yeah, great. And Mr. Yun, Hyundai, I think we all know what Hyundai is anecdotally. You make cars and all sorts of things, but maybe you could explain a little bit about who Hyundai is in ASEAN.
Yeah, our strategy in Asia, I think here we have to provide better green mobility like the EV or hydrogen vehicles so that we can achieve carbon neutrality as planned. You know that we have been doing our best in many areas for establishing ecosystem. So I think this is our mission rather than a strategy in Asia.
Yeah. And at the moment, where do you have manufacturing of motor vehicles in ASEAN?
We have 4 different manufacturing plants in Asia, in Indonesia and Vietnam and Singapore and Malaysia. And we are building electric vehicle in Indonesia and Vietnam. We're going to try to expand the EV production in ASEAN region.
Great. So we have a context here of a downstreaming agent for the Indonesian government policy. We have a logistics provider, which is the glue and the connectivity between this, and we have a global player with increasing manufacturing footprint here in ASEAN. So what a distinguished audience to be able to unpick some of the challenges and perhaps future for green and resilient supply chains. So Jeannie, coming back to you, we know that COVID disrupted supply chains drastically, and there were disruptions and cost implications. Maybe you could paint a picture of what's the current state of supply chain industry post-COVID.
So there's a very big difference in the way customers look at supply chain pre and post-COVID. I think pre-COVID is about efficiency, is about cost, but post-COVID is about reliability supply chain, sustainable kind of supply chain. So the focus of customers is definitely changed a lot in pre and post-COVID now.
Yeah, and I think you have a strategy which is a B2B strategy and a B2C strategy. How is that evolving in the post-COVID environment for you?
So DP World, we have a portfolio of port and terminals assets, over 90 of them globally, and that is still expanding. We also have a lot of landside logistics, which we actually can link terminal to the landside logistics together. We also have an ocean freight supply within the company itself. So our strategy is to actually shorten the supply chain and provide visibility to the customers so that they can actually forecast and project better. And in terms of if there's any trade disruption, supply chain disruption, we are able to react faster and more efficiently.
Very interesting. And maybe, Ahmad, we know that downstreaming is having an immediate impact on trade flow for Indonesia. I believe our nickel exports from Indonesia have jumped dramatically from $2 or $3 billion of essentially raw materials to $20 to $30 billion of semi-processed. Where do you see the potential for further downstreaming and the effect on increased trade exports from Indonesia from your members? Yeah. So what kind of growth do you expect to see in the downstreaming of your businesses?
So for the downstreaming, our priority in the next 5 years. So the ecosystem we have to develop EV ecosystem battery in Indonesia. We have quite diversified commodities to support the development of EV battery. We have nickel, and then we have copper. With the downstreaming and the improvement in processing in Indonesia, we expect the supply chains and to fulfill the demand of domestic, and also we can export some of the product globally.
Perfect. Maybe, Mr. Yuen, we know that in order to decarbonise, we need to have a lot more EVs on the road. What is your prediction in terms of the growth of EVs and the battery industry, particularly in ASEAN, as you see it?
Yeah, it's very difficult to forecast the EV demand because the EV demand is greatly affected by each country's policy and EV infrastructure. So many research companies are announcing very different forecasts, but overall, the ASEAN EV demand is expected to grow from 120,000 units in this year to about 400,000 units in 2030, which account for about 10% of total automobile demand. But I think the ASEAN EV market would grow faster than this forecast because many countries are trying to strengthen the EV policy.
Yeah. So around 120,000 units now, and you think that by 2030 at least we'll be hitting around 400,000 units of EVs being manufactured in ASEAN. So significant growth, but even more potentially if the governments implement policies to accelerate that. And I guess how can ASEAN feed its production to fulfill that demand, increasing supply of components and battery and other components?
Recently, the major automotive industrial country in ASEAN, such as Indonesia and Thailand, the government have implemented many various policies to expand the EV market and to force their own EV industry. So considering this policy and import duty, it is expected that most of the EV demand in ASEAN would be supplied internally by ASEAN countries, and the volume of imported EV from outside the region would be very limited. And when it comes to localization, currently the major EV parts are assembled and imported and assembled in ASEAN countries. But as the EV demand increases, the localization rate in ASEAN and the cost competitiveness in ASEAN region will be improved. And then the export to Indo-Pacific region as well as the ASEAN region will be possible within a few years. That's why we are considering a battery cell plant in Indonesia.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that you believe that ASEAN has the capability, the products that can fulfill a large component of that manufacture. And as you say, as growth and demand, that will even make the manufacturing capacity and the supply chain to supply that manufacturing even become stronger in ASEAN. And so that's ASEAN, but I guess thinking more broadly around the Indo-Pacific, what can ASEAN do to collaborate with the broader ecosystem across the Indo-Pacific to develop the technology needed to promote that growth we talk about?
Okay. Yeah, to develop the EV industry, a certain size the EV market is needed, but currently the ASEAN EV market is still in the very early stage, so it will take some more time to get the economy of the scale. So I think the first task we have to focus on is to expand EV market. And expand EV market, the price of electric vehicle should be lowered because, which is very expensive than the internal combustion engine. So the financial incentive implemented in many countries would be very helpful. But in addition to this incentive, the collaboration between countries in ASEAN and in the Pacific region would be very helpful. First, I think it's the area where collaboration is needed is import tariff and the localization and technology standard. In short term, minimize the import tariff on the electric vehicle parts and resources can help EV makers supply more affordable EV into the market. But however, at the same time, the localization should be carried out gradually because localization reduces the manufacturing cost and reduce the logistics cost in long term. So what's up the minimizing tariff and the localization EV part in ASEAN region, and need is collaboration between ASEAN and Indo-Pacific. And when it comes to technology standardization, so the government, the cooperation between government in this region needed to unify the EV technology standard. So because standardization can minimize the investment cost in infrastructure. Also, it can use the resource efficiently. So for example, we can think about the same charging standard in this region.
Right. So I'm hearing clear messaging from a major industrial group that the policies do matter. Tariff settings and to drive the uptake or increased uptake or decreased uptake, I guess, of EVs is a significant factor. And I guess also I'm hearing that the supply chain connections between ASEAN and other key parts of the supply chain are very important drivers you see in terms of driving that future growth. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Maybe coming back to you, Jeannie, you have this global perspective and you obviously have a very strong Asia-Pacific integrated operation. So, I mean, supply chain resilience, what does that mean for your business, and what are you seeing, I guess, your customers asking for in terms of solutions that deliver that supply chain resilience?
So sustainability of the supply chain is in DPW's DNA. We invest a lot in the future. So to us, our eye is high. So our customers nowadays, when they want to do business with DPW, it's very common that we see big conglomerates, they will ask for our sustainability policies and our approach, how we're going to commit and contribute to that part of the world. So I think in terms of, like Mr. Woon said, on the EV part, on the logistic chain, DPW can play a very instrumental kind of position, especially in ASEAN, where we actually operate about 18 ports and terminals across ASEAN now, and this number will continue to grow. We will actually, like I said, reduce the supply chain so that there's lesser carbon emissions, replace land transport with water-to-water connection. So instead of, for example, one container on one truck, if you can do it by barge, you can actually have 100 containers on one barge. So that will actually cut down on carbon emissions too. So this is something that is more sustainable, instead of relying on just the trucks, the labor, which is easily impacted, by weather, by labor supply, etc.
Right. So really addressing the ESG needs of your customers by having a very ambitious plan yourself as a business to decarbonise and make sure that you're as carbon neutral as quickly as possible, And mine ID, you're downstreaming, you're increasing the processing of some of the products from your mining groups. That sounds like it's going to need a lot of energy. So in a sustainability and decarbonisation world that we live in, what's the plan in terms of decarbonising your downstreaming in terms of energy sources?
So Mine ID currently adopting International Council Mining and Metal. So we expect that we will be qualified in the next 2 years. So we're trying our process, business practices, comply with international standard. From decarbonization perspective, we also closely monitor all of the operation in our subsidiary. So we expect we can decrease around 25% in the next 5 years to 10 years. So that's our commitment to in ESG perspective.
So that's great. You've got a clear ESG strategy. are your customers or your customers' customers asking that you have a greener supply chain, so your energy sources for your downstreaming have to be renewable, or is there some flexibility with your customers at the moment?
Some customers require the standard green for green activity, but some not yet required. So, but in the long run, we will pursue to meet the global standard in our mining practices and our production. So we expect that we can commit with the Paris Agreement and more friendly to the environment.
Yeah, and we know Indonesia has a fantastic abundance of renewable energy resources, hydro, geothermal, solar. To what extent is Mine ID driving a discussion about demanding renewable energy to supply some of your downstreaming manufacturing?
So some part of our subsidiary use hydro power actually. So we expect that we can utilize the resources for the operation of another subsidiary, so we can consolidate or integrate some our production in the some area that we expect with efficient costs.
Very good. Maybe back to you, Jeannie. I mean, what are you seeing some of the biggest barriers for the adoption of green solutions with some of your customers or the supply chains that you're engaged with?
I beg your pardon, sorry?
Sorry, what are you seeing as some of the biggest barriers? You can have a strategy. Strategy can be very ambitious, but it's all about implementation at the end of the day. And so I guess what are you seeing as some of the barriers or the challenges to implementing those green or ESG ambitions?
I think like also Mr. Woon mentioned, the different policies in different countries, non-standardization. There are other challenges which include cost implementation, because cost implementation for eco-friendly, sustainable solutions is usually higher than the traditional alternative. So we have to actually overcome that. We invest a lot in collaboration with big companies who share the same vision, so that we can actually defray the upfront cost. The other challenges we have is in ASEAN, in Pacific Indo, we actually have a lot of climate issues too that we need to handle, and some of them are beyond us. So these are some of the challenges that we face, when it comes to implementing all this.
Right. And Mr. Yun, at Hyundai, you, I think, have a strategy to integrate sustainability into your business. I mean, what's your overall plan in terms of sustainability?
Okay, yeah, taking the example from an electric vehicle batteries, there are concerns about supply shortage during the rapid growth period of electric vehicle, and there are also concerns about the depletion of raw material for the battery. So considering these concerns, yeah, the battery reuse and recycling is becoming more essential. That's why we are proactively researching the technology related to battery reuse and recycle. And I think, yeah, in addition to this, with this technology, we have to make the closed life cycle for the battery, which is collecting the battery from the scrapped EV and recycling waste batteries and bring it back to the new battery production. Then we can make a circulation, and circulation can make sustainability. And I have another story about the recycling. Yeah, there is the waste plastic, and we melted this plastic and the product thread or strings from this melted plastic, and we use this string or thread to make a tool pouch. And you can see this tool pouch in Hyundai, Creta, and Stargazer. Currently, we are producing in Indonesia. So like that, we have planned to expand this application to the other part. So I think, yeah, this is the very important strategy for the sustainability.
Yeah, so very clear. And I mean, that addresses one of the, I guess, main concerns with EV adoption and greater adoption of that technology, that it has a byproduct of waste that unless there's a plan or a strategy like you elaborate of upcycling used batteries and using some of those other packaging materials into other things. So very clear strategy, and we applaud you for that. Back to you, Ahmad. Are you seeing, you talked a little bit about ESG before, are you seeing any particular movement from any of your overseas customers around requiring you to have even stricter ESG, or what are you seeing from what are your customers overseas telling you about what requirements you need for ESG in your business?
Yeah, ESG is currently a hot topic from the activity and then financing requirement. All of investor lender also require more sustainability activity in our operation, and then some part of the world require a stricter rule about ESG activity in our mining operation. So that's why we try to commit with international standard and improve our initiative to comply with the standard of ESG global.
Got you. And maybe Jeannie, what is your understanding of the total trade flow that ASEAN represents in the Asia Pacific at the moment? What's the kind of percentage of overall volume that we're seeing in this region?
So we operate across 18 ports and terminals in ASEAN now, and like I said, we are going to grow and expand that. So in June this year itself, we are now, with the partnership of the Indonesian Investment Authority, we announced that we're going to manage and operate the Belawan new container terminal. We will put in our knowledge and expertise to actually increase the efficiency and also improve the logistics and port sector for Indonesia. We will increase it from the current 600,000 TEU capacity to 1.4 million TEU capacity. Our plan is to actually grow this Belawan terminal, a port, to be one of the hub for Indonesia and for us in Southeast Asia. And riding on that, the total projection that we have for the expenditure is about $7.5 billion US. All this will be used to improve the logistics efficiency, reduce the logistics cost, and also transform Indonesia as one of the key places that we want to participate in ASEAN.
Interesting. And as we've come out of this post-COVID disrupted supply chain, I suppose businesses around the region, around the world are thinking about, well, how can we avoid such a big impact in terms of supply chain disruptions? I mean, from your perspective, the DP World perspective, what are you doing to try and anticipate? And I guess what are your thoughts on what might be the kind of category of disruptions in the future? And I guess secondly, how are you planning to mitigate, so if those shocks do occur, your business is in a better position to kind of mitigate that for your customers?
So we always talk to stakeholders, our partners and our customers on how we can actually improve supply chain resilience. One of the things that we've been constantly doing is digitalization and also tapping on new technologies to increase efficiencies so that there's lesser manual work being done, there's higher accuracy, lesser errors, lesser mistake, and of course lesser reliance on label or manual work to be done.
Right, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, DP World has a shipping division, so you have ships, so you're integrated in terms of all aspects of that, and you have inland container facilities as well as fulfillment centres. So maybe you could just share a little bit about what does that give you in terms of an integrated business that helps, I guess, de-risk some of those supply chain risks?
So in DP World, we operate 4 pillars. The first one is the port and terminals that I think a lot of people are very well aware of. And then we have the logistics pillar. We have the marine services pillar, where we actually operate vessels but in the region. When we do not do trans-Pacific trade or transatlantic trade, it's within Europe itself and intra-Asia, in the Middle East, Africa, and India. and we also have the economic zone and the industrial parks. So when we stitch the four together, it's really an end-to-end supply chain. So you can keep that one container or one container of cargo all within our assets. So we have better control, we create more stickiness, and lesser reliance on having to, for our customers, lesser reliance on having to work with 10 vendors in order to transport one container from A to B. We're able to be that one source, one solution.
Right, very interesting. So maybe, Ahmad, in the mining operations that you represent, you've got a suite of different mining companies. To what extent are new technologies, decarbonised technology, maybe EVs of heavy machinery, are starting to be used by your member shareholders?
So, in terms of technology, we invite corporations from other countries to improve our operation. For IBC, we have from China to build partnership in Indonesia, and then in some area also we have collaborate with other company to improve our capability in technology. So in terms of technology, we try to invite other company to partner, to build partnerships in Indonesia.
Fantastic. And I suppose, given we've covered a bit of at a business level, let's maybe just talk a little bit about the policy settings and support. We heard from Hyundai suggesting that the right policy settings around low tariffs or no tariffs or incentives to uptake in the EV will have a significant impact on the uptake of vehicles there. I guess thinking more broadly around what kind of trade settings or policies ideally should we be wanting from at an ASEAN level to basically promote further growth? Maybe starting with you, Jeannie, what are your thoughts in terms of what can governments and the ASEAN collective do to further enhance those trade flows? Jeannie?
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, so if we're thinking about the policy level, and what can the governments and or ASEAN do to facilitate even more encouraging trade policies to improve the flow of goods and services across ASEAN?
Yeah, I think the countries in ASEAN will have to really be committed and work together to develop new policies. And the fact that there are still trade disputes or trade bans, this is something that we need to lend a lot of weight on so that we have a more stable, economic kind of thing within ASEAN. So this is something that we hope that ASEAN can do, and we are definitely there to be committed, to support in this case.
Yeah. Maybe for Ahmad, for you at Mine ID, I mean, obviously you are a beneficiary, you are a product of the downstreaming policy of Indonesia, where we take raw extracted minerals and process them. I mean, at an ASEAN level, what policies or initiatives would you like to see at ASEAN which would help your business even more?
So I think that the government should be encourage the activity. In Indonesia, recently, Financial Services Authority just released carbon trading regulation. Maybe soon will be implemented. Something like government intervention, provide incentive, or disincentive will accelerate the goals that we.
Very good. All right. I think we've covered some really interesting topics, of course, of this discussion. I mean, as we start to think about wrapping up the session, I mean, what would be one takeaway you'd like the audience to be left with in terms of a key point from each of your perspectives around what can be done to further enhance both a green and a resilient supply chain? So just maybe a closing comment, 1 or 2 minutes, I guess, from each of you, just around what would you like to see done in the broad sense of market and policy settings, I guess, to improve that green and resilient supply chain. So maybe, Ahmad, if you'd like to start, and then we'll work down one by one. I guess closing remarks, Downstreaming, it seems to be working, but what would you like to see?
So Indonesia have rich in natural resources, so we will utilize our natural resources for build one of our mandate is strengthening EV battery ecosystem. So we will utilize, exploit our resources from downstreaming and then build capability to support EV battery ecosystem.
Right. So acceleration of the downstreaming is what I'm hearing from you. Maybe, Jenny, what are your kind of parting thoughts on this topic, and where do you see the future?
So sustainability, I think, is everybody's responsibility. Big companies like ourselves and over here, we are fully committed. So whether it's investment in technology, investment in hours, in efforts to reduce carbon emission. So that includes like using eco-friendly EVs, in our port and terminals, or technologies on, like, for example, we have box bay, which is a high bay container storage. So automation, reduce unproductive vehicle move within the yards. So basically fully committed, and to accelerate to meet our target of net zero by 2050.
Right. And Mr. Yun, from Hyundai's perspective, what are your last thoughts or reflections on this particular topic?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I think the first task we have to focus on is to expand the EV market. And in order to expand the EV market, the collaboration between ASEAN countries is important. For example, if there is a policy only for the one country, then it can make a block the trade of electric vehicles. So I think collaboration between the ASEAN countries will be very helpful for us.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard some really interesting insights, and I just like to try and capture those before we close out the session. So, we've been trying to explore and unpick, I guess, the state of the market at the moment around where trade flows are and how they're impacted by ESG and the impact of strategies are related to green and resilient supply chains. So I guess we can pull out a few themes that have been nicely described by our panelists. So it sounds like to me that ASEAN is back in terms of fundamental trade flows seem to be back on pre-COVID levels. Secondly, we're hearing from all of the panelists that each in their own way, their companies and corporations they represent, have very, very clear ESG and decarbonisation goals. I think that's a positive. We've also heard that policy settings at an individual government and a regional government are very important, and in the context of EVs uptake and the supply chain, vertically supply chain, we've heard from speakers that confirm that those policies do have an impact. And so the ability that incentives in individual markets, the ease of which the supply chains can bring components at low or no tariffs, those things we've heard really do matter in terms of accelerating the green part of the supply chain. I guess in terms of resilience, we've heard the strategy from DP World. We've heard their business, which is so integrated these days. It's not just, we're not talking about ocean-facing ports. We're talking about a whole variety of assets, and each component of the transport and logistics from point to point is now part of an integrated solution. And that provides a real assurance to customers that the shocks that may have previously existed where a pinch point in the supply chain might result in a significant increase in cost or constraints around supply. Companies such as DP World going very deep and vertical as a way to future-proof. So I'm getting a sense of optimism. I think hearing the projections around the growth of EV uptake in ASEAN, and the optimism that, in fact, with a few slight changes in policies, that could be even accelerated more. I think that's the incentive for politicians and the system to be able to encourage even more. I mean, we're talking about 3 times, 4 times growth of EV manufacture and supply in ASEAN from factories like Hyundai across the 4 countries that you're manufacturing. I think it's encouraging from the Indonesian side to see the success of your downstreaming, adding value. along with a commitment to do that with strong ESG values. So I think overall we can face this issue, which has been, I mean, most economies, the logistics costs are a significant proportion of GDP. We know that. Indonesia, typically some years, the costs of logistics equal over 30% of GDP. It's a massive amount of large economies. And so I thank you, panelists, for sharing some of the insights, both from your corporate perspective, but also, frankly speaking, on some of the things that we can ask governments and policymakers to do. And I think we can all have some optimism that going forward, we can have confidence that our supply chains will be increasingly lower carbon, the values of ESG implemented in a way that meets both your corporate objectives, but more importantly, the objectives of your customers and broader society. So I think we can conclude that we should have an air of optimism around supply chains, and the size of the market and the extent which manufacture of EVs, for example, can be fulfilled within the ASEAN region is real cause for optimism. So on that note, I'd like to thank the panelists, if you could join with me in thanking the speakers for sharing their time and their thoughts. And I also thank you for your attention and look forward to being able to share and discuss these topics further. Terima kasih banyak and selamat siang.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we have a round of applause, please, for our panelist, our moderator, Mr. Tim Anderson, for conducting the second panel discussion, and also our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. Yes, please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next agenda, we would like to thank you to our sponsors, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, InJourney, Eriang, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance. And also, I'd like to thank you for your support by ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, ROK Mission, U.S. ASEAN Business Council, and World Intellectual Property Organization. And also thank you to ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg Neff, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, TELUS, and Zoom who had been supporting our event, ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So to all our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly thank you for your time and attendance for the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum Day 2. And momentarily, we will commence the last panel for Sub-Theme 1. And also, ladies and gentlemen, and also our distinguished delegates and all participants, once again, we'd like to also remind you to please keep seated and also to ensure that all your mobile device or any telecommunication device to be switched on your ringtone to silent or vibrate mode. We'll begin momentarily with our last panel of Sub-Theme 1. And ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we'd like to commence our last panel for Sub-Theme 1, and this panel will discuss addressing energy trilemma, balancing energy security, affordability, and sustainability. With that said, we would like to kindly invite on stage our moderator. It is our honor to invite Ms. Carolyn Chua of Bloomberg News. Can we have an applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator for the last panel? And also, we'd like to kindly invite our distinguished speaker, Bapak Dermawan Prasojo, CEO of PLN. Mohon izin Bapak, terima kasih. We'd like to kindly invite Ms. Kathy Wu, Regional President, APAC of BP. We'd like to also invite Ms. Eno Ebong, Director of U.S. Trade and Development Agency. And last but never the least, we'd like to invite Mr. Goldie Hyder, CEO of Canada Business Council. Mrs. Carolyn Chua, you may proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Selamat pagi. It's great to be here, and thank you all panelists for taking time to join us today. So we don't have a lot of time, but this is a really important topic and lots to discuss. So I'd like to jump straight in and just to check if you can hear me okay. Can you hear?
That's very faint.
It's very faint. It's a bit faint. I'll try to speak up and see if that works. So as the energy demand grows in Southeast Asia because of economic growth, rising population, but we are now also balancing the commitment to climate net zero targets. The energy trilemma looks set to increase. It's going to be very difficult to balance power demand with security, affordability, and sustainability. So I'd like to open the discussion with a question to all of our panelists. How do you think ASEAN is faring in terms of addressing the energy trilemma? So Pak Damawan, if we could start with you, please.
Well, first thing is the Earth is warming. And the future of the next generation might be compromised. So we need to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And I'm here to announce that PLN is the National Electric Company of Indonesia, is fully committed exactly to do so. You know. But in the same time, the growth of economic is very rapid. The additional demand is also very high. How are we going to be able to balance between growth and sustainability? And let me share with you, in the past, when we're talking about cheap energy, it's dirty. But let me share with you also that humankind innovates. The price of renewable energy is going down because of innovation year by year, month by month, week by week, day by day. When I auctioned solar in 2015, it's 26 cents per kilowatt hour. When I auctioned wind in 2018, it was 12 cents per hour, per kilowatt hour. Today, solar is 5 cents, wind is only 5.5 cents. So today, when we're talking about clean energy, it's cheap. When we're talking about cheap energy, it's clean. Yes, there's a trilemma. Affordability, security, and sustainability. In the past, it's a multiple conflicting goals. But with this kind of humankind innovations, it's going to reach what we call the convergence. In that regard, I still believe that humankind always prevail with that kind of innovation. And this is the case with Indonesia. How are we going to walk the talk? 2 years ago, we already removed 13 gigawatt of coal in the planning phase. That's avoiding 1.8 billion metric tons of CO2 greenhouse gas emission in the span of 25 years. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We removed 1.1 gigawatt of coal and replacing it directly with renewable energy running as a baseload. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We devised the greenest national electricity planning in the history of Indonesia 2 years ago. The additional generation capacity, 51% is coming from renewable energy. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We already launched a net zero emission by 2060. Where do we go from here today? Is it enough? No. We are in the process of devising, designing, redesign the national electricity planning. With the new one, we understand there is a mismatch between the large-scale sources of renewable energy located in those remote areas, scattered, mismatched with the epicenter of demand. We need to build the green enabling transmission line. In the past, when we're talking about the base load, is coming from coal, 5-6 cents per kilowatt hour. In the past, wind and solar is roughly 11-12 cents. So adding solar and wind at that time is actually to drive the cost up, increase the price of electricity. How about today? There is a new presidential regulations actually stipulating that we're not going to be able to design and build any more coal. So the baseload generation capacity, the new one is coming from gas-fired power plants, hydro and geothermal. When we auction it, it's roughly 9 until 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Price is going to increase. But today, wind and solar, when we auction it, it's only 5 until 6 cents per kilowatt hour. So in the past, adding solar and wind is going to increase the price. But today, adding solar and wind is going to reduce the cost of electricity. That's why we are in the process right now designing and building the smart grid with flexible generation, smart transmission, smart dispatch center, smart distribution, smart meter. With this kind of fashion in which we're treating this as a challenge, yes, but also we're treating this as an opportunity. How we're going to grow. With this new kind of a planning, we are able to add additional 32 gigawatt of renewable energy as a baseload with this kind of a green enabling transmission line. With this newer smart grid, we are able to add previously only 5 gigawatt of variable renewable energy, solar and wind, to become 28 gigawatt of variable renewable energy. In that regard, I'm very optimistic here. Yes, the challenge is huge, but we have a conviction with this kind of a shifting from previously fragmented global communities to become unified with this kind of forum is giving us a sense of pride. No matter the challenge ahead, we're going to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Gamawan. And I think you mentioned about infrastructure and the grid, and I'd like to come back to that. But Kathy, if we could move to you.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
No, I think, could we do a mic check for Kathy, please? Can you try again, maybe?
Good mics.
Do you want to try again?
Can you hear me okay?
No.
My mic is not on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we see there is strong commitment from the ASEAN governments to Hello? Yeah. Much better. Yeah, thank you. So we see very strong commitment from the ASEAN governments to make sure this energy transition, which is a very complex problem, to be achieved in a sustainable way through collaboration, through building up connectivity, and in an orderly and just way. So ASEAN, we see ASEAN has a huge role to play and has a bright future. We see this energy trilemma needs to be responded in a and strategy, which means at BP we're investing in what the world needs today in terms of energy system, which is still primarily hydrocarbons. At the same time, spend money, investments to build our energy transition for the future. And we need all of those, not just one single source of energy, because of the enormity of the challenges. And we believe strongly that natural gas, because of its features serving as base load, is a very effective bridging fuel. But natural gas development itself is not enough. We need to bring CCS, which is carbon storage and utilization, to enable sustainable natural gas development. And BP, both from a corporate company standpoint and in Indonesia, we're exactly doing that. And I'm happy to share a bit later.
And Ms.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. And I'd just like to quickly thank the organizers, the government of Indonesia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for gathering us all for these very important discussions. So from our perspective, and I should say very briefly, I represent the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, which is a U.S. government agency that's focused on supporting the development of high-quality infrastructure, and at the same time bringing solutions, technologies, innovations that the U.S. has to offer. So I say that by way of prefacing that everything almost that I will say today is coming from that very pragmatic point of view of preparing projects for implementation, for financing, and for sustainability in the end. So from our perspective, ASEAN is really looking at how to address many of the challenges that we face in this transition in focusing on clean energy. ASEAN is focusing both on a collective level and also in individual countries as well. And in that focus, it is very much an understanding of what will it take in terms of preparing projects that can actually be implemented. For the benefit of the region, for example, we are looking at regional sort of interconnectedness projects. And that's very important to focus on the how, the details. Similarly, with electric vehicles, which we hear a lot of, what does that actually mean? What are the policies? What are the recommendations that would be necessary to actually do this? So ASEAN is looking proactively at grappling with some of these very challenging issues. And I think that kind of direction is going to be critical if there's going to be success in facing the challenges. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. And Goldie?
Your question, Caroline, was how is ASEAN doing? And I suppose I could play to the audience and say you're doing a great job. You're doing all right. You've got the good intentions, great ideas, you're bringing down costs, and you're investing. I could lose the audience by saying, you're doing okay, but really not that great, because you continue to use a lot of coal in this region. Or I could say to you that, in fact, it doesn't matter. And you might be surprised. And I say that because carbon emissions, much like COVID, pay no respect to regions, pay no respect to borders, don't clear customs and immigration. They move around. So even if you were doing great, it doesn't matter, because we all need to do great. That's the first point I think we all have to recognize, is we're truly in this together. And that means you have to be honest about the facts. And for too long, we have allowed the facts to get away from our narrative. So if it's already going to be, and believe me, this transition, first of all, it's a transition. Secondly, it's going to be really, really hard. There's nothing easy about this. It's going to be a mess. It's not a straight line. No matter the best of intentions, the best of will, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be very complicated. But you know what will make it more complicated? Is if we set aside the facts. And for too long, we've allowed sort of the louder voices, if you will, to set aside the facts. First fact, we're still going to need traditional fossil fuels. At least for the next 30 to 40 years, according to the OECD. You know those cars that we're taking off the roads to get you an electrical vehicle? We're not having a funeral for them and sticking them 6 feet underground. They're being sent somewhere else in the world to be used. They're still going to need gasoline. They're still going to need sources of energy that are traditional. We have to do a significantly better job in promoting the fact that we are not going to achieve net zero without nuclear. For too long, environmentalists, with all due respect, have said, we're going to do net zero without nuclear. Now, many of them have come to the realization that, in fact, nuclear, particularly the innovation that's being led in Canada, small modular nuclear reactors, are going to be a critical piece of helping organize our countries and businesses and society to reach their net zero targets. We're going to rely heavily on carbon capture, something else that environmentalists in particular have said, we don't need to do that. It encourages the creation of carbon. We are going to create carbon. We're breathing, we're alive, we move, we do things. Of course carbon's going to be created. We're going to have to capture it, and we're going to have to store it somewhere. We're going to have to figure out about something as complicated as hydrogen. We're all excited about green hydrogen, but it's going to take a lot of water. It's going to take a lot of electricity. It's going to take a lot of infrastructure. And so these are hard truths that I think we all have to come to grips with. And I'll stop there, but I just want to make sure that when we talk about the trilemma, we remember that a trilemma is supposed to be effectively 3 equal solutions to a complex problem. And I'd like to get into the discussion where I believe they're not equal, and that in fact the most important one amongst those 3 of energy security, sustainability, and affordability is the last one. Because we're only going to be able to move as far and as fast as our societies allow us to do. See Germany. Went too fast, too soon on renewables, and now they're running coal plants and had to go back to gas because society couldn't afford the transition. So we have to be very conscious of the best of intentions here, can be pulled back very quickly in a society, irrespective of your form of government. We serve the people.
Right, thank you. And I'd like to come back to you. Goldie, you mentioned that we'll need a lot of infrastructure. Pak Damawan, you mentioned earlier that the conflict among the 3 aspects of energy trilemma may actually be easing. So, for example, affordability and sustainability don't have to be mutually exclusive today. And also, I'd like to get your views on that. Is it now possible to balance the energy trilemma? And given that we will need so much new infrastructure to get there, like, how do you see the role of USTDA in this?
Thank you for that. And I will admit, in a previous life, I was an attorney. And so I often answered questions about, is it possible with, it depends. But I actually want to go out on a limb today and say, yes, it is possible to balance it, and that view is formed by what I do now in the context of project preparation for infrastructure projects. Because I believe if you keep certain elements in mind, that you can approach the infrastructure of the future that is going to absolutely be addressing the challenges of transition and more, that you can do it in a balanced way. So, a couple of the elements that I would call to mind. Number one, I think we are all in this mindset of creating partnerships, and partnerships that are real, partnerships that look to cross the cross-section of what it needs to stand up infrastructure, whether it is technology providers, whether it is financiers, whether it is project preparers. This all has to be done in the mind of we have to do this in a way that works, taking various elements into mind. Policy and regulations are really critical in that as well. I would say that we also have to be willing to invest in innovative technologies. On the one hand, being willing to risk and test sort of completely new technologies is huge. On the other hand, you have to be willing to apply already existing technologies in an innovative way. I think that will get us a long way towards this balancing. Number three, I think you have to think about, and I almost use these interchangeably, access, i.e. affordability, from the beginning. When you're planning projects, think about who it is and how it is that women, that people in underserved communities, how is this going to impact them? And if you're thinking about that in the beginning, you're going to build something that is accessible and therefore affordable as well. I would say that you have to prioritize project preparation, obviously. I would say that, but it's actually critical to be able to get the financing that you need to be able to stand up these projects and to make sure that they're technically designed well. And then finally, I would say look at the ecosystem of what you're trying to accomplish. I'm going to pick out one subject in particular that doesn't seem that related to project preparation, but you need to keep in mind, and that is procurement. procurement of infrastructure. It is, it can make or break. And so thinking about how you procure, and in our view at USTD, you do it in a way that takes into account the life cycle, that takes into account the value. And we've taken the time to educate procurement officials around the world on this subject. So those are the elements that I see, and because of that, I do think that you can approach this in a balanced way. You just have to think early, and you have to take into account the entire ecosystem of what will be necessary to accomplish your goals.
Thank you, and I think that's a great view. So it's a lot about preparation and embracing the newer technologies that could come in, but preparing the landscape for it now. So Kathy, if we could come to you. You mentioned a few technologies earlier that some may consider a little bit nascent and not yet at a commercial level that can be scaled up and deployed very widely, such as CCS. Could you share share more on some of these specific projects you're working on, how close, how far we are from commercially deploying these technologies?
So I think, first of all, to fix this problem of scale that we're facing in the world, we definitely need critical technology, new technology development, and new technology application. So in this space, collaboration between government, industry, and academia is a huge enabler. And the process we need to go through is to innovate, to come up with new ideas, to test them, to make them effective, that they do what they're supposed to do, reduce the cost, and to find actual applications where we can scale them up to achieve the massive effect, if you will. And it's not purely from a lab setting. A lot of these new technology applications are born from the practices the industry has been doing for decades. So one example, BP is investing significant amount of money in our Tangguh LNG. It's already the largest gas field in country, and we're building the CCUS capability to this. When the CO2 comes out of reservoir, we re-inject back, but that's only the foundational level. And there are a couple of new applications of this CO2 re-injection. Number one is we're using that to engage in enhanced gas recovery, and that application on an existing technology is the first in the world. I think secondly is the reservoir themselves are huge. In Tangguh, we have reservoir capacity of up to 1.8 gigatons. So from that standpoint, we would have the capacity to store CO2, not just from our Tangguh, our field, but from domestic emission sources and also international sources. We talked about infrastructure. Of course, there is physical infrastructure. I think there's also a policy, regulatory infrastructure that is hugely important. And over the last year, Indonesia government has been moving at a very fast pace to build the regulatory framework through the regulations and to enable the CCS, CCUS industry. The policy and the regulatory infrastructure is hugely enabling. And from BP's standpoint, we're very supportive, and we applaud the Indonesia government's leadership in this space and the collaboration with the industry.
Thank you, Kathy. And Pak Damawan, if I can come to you. So if we think now about the energy transition in the power sector, and as you mentioned earlier, the grid, we can't run away from the discussion around the grid, digitalizing it, smart grid, but also extending the grid out so that it could accommodate all the renewables that we hope to build. So be it the domestic grid here in Indonesia or the ASEAN power grid that has been widely discussed, could you share with us some of the challenges and perhaps what are the collaboration opportunities that people can work with you and together to help push that and drive that implementation sooner?
First, I want to say thank you to British Petroleum. Actually, we are the biggest customer, the anchor buyer of British Petroleum in Indonesia. And can you imagine this? And we are entering a critical phase of transition of energy. Why I'm calling it critical? Because it offers huge, tremendous challenges, but also magnificent opportunities. Challenges. We're talking about, when we're talking about gas-fired power plants, 1 gigawatt is only $500 million US. Hydro, 1 gigawatt is roughly $2 billion US. Geothermal, 1 gigawatt is $2.7 billion US. Capex investment, meaning that the investment is quadruple, meaning that's increasing huge amount of debt. But in the same time, also, the operational cost, operational expenditure, the fuel cost of renewable energy is very low. So when we're talking about renewable energy as a base load, it's a front-loaded investment. The levelized cost of electricity is going to be roughly the same, but it's going to be amortized in the next 25 years. So the biggest challenge of the transition of energy is how we're going to be able to deploy large amount of capital. And of course, this kind of forum, the Asian Indo-Pacific Forum is giving us a sense of pride. Previously, fragmented global communities today becoming unified. With that kind of fighting spirit, we are very sure, no matter the challenge ahead, we're going to be able to move forward. We're talking about collaboration of policy, collaboration of technology, collaboration of innovations, collaboration of co-investments. This is local, national, regional, and also international. And, about the Asian power grid. During the COVID-19, and we can see that the Asian regions has been enjoying a very strong resilience. Why? Because of collaborations. But when we're talking about the networks of energy, I think we are kind of left behind. We need to work on it. When we're talking about interconnected grid, it's actually offering secure, robust, sustainable supply of energy. But today, even in Indonesia, Sumatra and Java, the transmission is not connected. Kalimantan to Java is not connected. So that's why we are facing, like I presented before, a mismatch between the sources of large-scale base-load renewable energy, hydro and geothermal, in those remote areas with the location of epicentrum demand on the other part of the region in Java. So we need to build the green enabling transmission line. And the dream of the Asian power grid is actually reflecting the dream of how we're going to be able to grow together, providing robust supply of energy, much more reliable energy, but this also facing a lot of complexities. We have to navigate the complexities of the technical difficulties of building transmission line, the cross-border transmission line from Laos to Vietnam to Cambodia, to Malaysia, to Singapore, to Indonesia, the whole area. We have to navigate the complexities of how aligning some kind of different policies, how we're going to be able to come up with some kind of a commercial feasibilities. This is requiring large amount of investment. So we have to come up with a term in which there is a way to recover the investment back. How about we going to be able to map out every single risk, and each of the risks has to be addressed properly. And then the internal rate of return is going to be commercially feasible. And then also we're talking about legal complexity. So, but with this kind of forum, we understand the Asian power grid is not only about towers, it's not only about wires, it's not only about substations, but it's representing a new strength of Asia, reflecting the shift of previously fragmented ASEAN to become unified for one purpose of all, prosperity for the Asian region. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, if I can come back to you, Pak Damawan has mentioned, some of the challenges like technical and harmonization of policies, if you're looking at interconnected grids around the region, will require a whole other discussion that we perhaps don't have the time for today. But I hope to at least address maybe some of the other challenges mentioned, like capital, how do we de-risk the projects? And USTDA has a lot of experience in that. Could you just perhaps share what are some of the factors that would make you comfortable to enter and invest in some of these infrastructure assets that's needed to push the energy transition?
Absolutely. I think it's such a critical question. And again, from our perspective as being engaged in that early stage of preparing projects, obviously bringing down, limiting the risk to potential investors. And because we are providing assistance through grant-based funding for technical assistance, feasibility studies, pilot projects, the kinds of things that are going to give that assurance to investors, it is very important for us to have our ducks in a row as to the criteria, the factors that will enable us to invest. And perhaps I'll answer the question by example, which is the fact that we have supported here in Indonesia the feasibility, looking at the technical assistance for setting up this first small modular reactor here. So this is looking at advanced nuclear, to Goldie's point earlier, technology, which, doesn't yet exist, but has gone a long way in terms of research and development. And so for an agency that, again, using taxpayer funds, but embracing the fact that we do have to take considered risk, how do we do that? So first, of course, is understanding the research, the analysis, what has gone into the product so far. For us, we're fortunate to have experts in our Department of Energy, in our Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So we are able to build on that expertise. We're able to understand the partners that we have who are knowledgeable in the field, who are in communication with our regulatory counterparts. That is important because the regulatory environment has to be developed at pace. And when a new technology, how do you do that? Well, you do that by engaging and sharing information and sharing knowledge. So that piece is something we very much look to in terms of the prospects for success. I would also say that it's important that we see a willingness, even if the sector isn't known, to build on knowledge that does exist, for the regulators to have an inclination to give us a sense that, okay, this will work. I have to, and I can't underscore enough, the technical acumen that we rely on. And this comes from the private sector. In this case, our partner here with the small modular reactor that we're looking at in West Kalimantan is Indonesia Power. They have selected a US firm, NewScale, to look at this possibility. But there's a range of partners here. There is a subsidiary from Texas-based Fluor, and there's a Japanese corporation, JGC. So it's a whole constellation of technical experts. It's critical to making sure that we're doing this in the right way. The last piece I will talk about is communication. And it begins early, and it's not just on the technical sense, it's not just capacity building in the technical part, but also with your population, with your communities, to really be able to explain what it is you're thinking about, what it is you're planning, and how and what the risks and impacts are.
Thank you. And Goldie, if I can come to you, you mentioned right at the start that we are all in this together, right? And I think one advantage of perhaps the ASEAN region is to be able to look at the best practices of what has happened in other countries and to be able to leapfrog the energy transition here. So could you share with us, what are some of the ways and initiatives in Canada that have helped to promote sustainable alternatives that also help to balance the energy trilemma that perhaps we could adopt here in the region?
Carbon tax. You want to incent the behavior you want. I mean, there's not many countries that have taken that approach, but a carbon tax is the most market-sensitive way to start changing behavior. The United States doesn't have it. Many other countries don't have it. It's going to be complicated as we start talking about carbon border adjustments and so forth. The communication, the education, the responsibility that governments and businesses and others have to bring the public with us, I think is an important component of it. Look, this issue is the issue of our time. It is wrought with challenges, but it also creates opportunities. And there's no question that there are many of those. And I'm very proud as a Canadian that our government and the ASEAN governments have now brought in Canada as a strategic partner to the ASEAN. And I think it's a good moment where we can both benefit from what each of us can bring to the table. There's a lot of synergies here. We have what you need, you have what we need. We both have really smart people. We're both going to be much more aggressive and innovative in terms of dealing with the issues. But we have to be, again, back to my point about being honest about where we find ourselves. There are some systemic issues that we're going to deal with. One, if you ask me what's keeping many CEOs, not just in Canada, but many CEOs I interact with around the world up at night, the answer might surprise you. The answer is the decline of democracy. That it's becoming very difficult for capital to be deployed and form and achieve the purpose of deploying that in democracies. Now, I know in the ASEAN there are different forms of governments, but you know what? All democracies aren't the same, all communists aren't the same, all autocrats aren't the same, but capital is frankly neutral when it comes to an ideology. Capital is neutral when it comes to a nationality. Capital has an anthem. How do I make $1 I will go wherever it is to make $1 too. And if we're not careful, we're actually going to embolden some of the very societies that we're competing against. And so what do we need from those democracies? But not just democracies, all forms of government as businesses, because with all due respect, governments are only going to be able to spend so much. It's going to be largely, if not almost all of it, private sector led. Governments can enable, they can create incentives. Just for context, the IRA is about $400 billion, maybe $500 billion. It's estimated that all of today's global GDP, which is in the $135 trillion range, is going to be necessary to get to net zero by 2050. There's no way governments can pay for all of that. So they have to create the incentives for businesses to be able to lead on this transition. So what's holding us back? Number one, I would say to you, is policy certainty. We need policy predictability, permitting stability, permitting reform, where we know that if you follow the rules, it doesn't matter who's in power, because with all due respect, governments come and governments go. But businesses have to make investments for the long haul. Otherwise, we get stranded assets. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today. Right? We're being forced to strand our assets to develop new technology. But someone has to pay for all of that. And so policy predictability, policy certainty is a very, very big part of that. The second issue here is what we've discussed is about infrastructure. This is not sexy stuff, but you know what? If you're going to capture carbon, you're going to have to put it into a pipe. You're going to have to build that pipe to be able to store it in certain demographies and geographies that you can't just store it wherever. You have to have certain conditions to do that. And so if people get in the way of the development of the infrastructure, then they're actually getting in the way of reducing emissions. And so we've got to connect infrastructure development to the achievement of our emissions goals. For now, it's seen as unnecessary. We don't need more infrastructure. The fact is, we need a lot more infrastructure. Third of 4 points. The third one is simply this. If you ask most people who have said they've made their 2050 commitments, so they're going to get to net zero, if they're honest with you, they will tell you they don't know how. They will tell you that we figured out how to do 30%, maybe 40%, maybe 50%. Sure, there's some exceptions who figured out how to do it, okay? But the vast majority of them are banking on innovation to happen. We don't really know exactly how we're going to get there from here to there. And innovation requires patience. Most innovation is successful after failing. So we're going to do some things, we're going to fail, we're going to figure out how to do it better, and we're going to keep working at it. And that's where I think collaboration with ASEAN, with other regions in the world, is going to be so central to what we do. And then the fourth component of this, and I just want to repeat it one more time, because if there's a significant risk out there that will get in the way of the progress that we are trying to make and need to make on climate change, on reducing emissions, it is if we lose our publics. If we cannot bring society with us on the journey that we're going, they will slingshot you back into reality. I mean, it's very difficult in your country, the United States, where black becomes white or red becomes blue on day one of a new administration. An executive order can cancel a pipeline. An executive order can remove a carbon tax. An executive order can do all kinds of things. That will not be conducive to capital forming in your country. So you're incenting your way there, but how much of that can you really do in the long run? Right? And so we have to make sure that we're bringing our public with us on this journey and building the infrastructure that they need, particularly electricity grids, particularly cheaper energy such as small modular nuclear reactors, particularly hydrogen and other things, which are not easy to do. They're complicated. And so we have to have a truth conversation with our society. Otherwise, we're talking amongst the elites here, we're talking amongst yourselves, and we will be reminded, as smart as we may all be, the public will decide how far we can go and how fast we can go.
Thank you. And I think we've been talking about the energy transition trilemma as to what's needed in terms of infrastructure as a necessary journey. But an emerging dimension of the energy transition is also about retaining or even enhancing country competitiveness, industrial competitiveness. So, Kathy, if you could share with us briefly and quickly, how do you see these aspects now shaping businesses' decisions, countries' decisions about energy mix or, investment decisions?
Yeah. So I think in terms of increasing countries' competitiveness is not a new topic. And of course, the agenda in terms of energy transition, because of the magnitude where the amount of investments are needed, Bloomberg talked about 7 trillion per year being needed for us, for the world, to reach net zero between now and 2050, the need for technology, the need for collaboration, that puts the country competitiveness in the new light. On one hand, we do need to collaborate. At the same time, each country really presents the ability to attract capital. I think from an industry participant standpoint, we look at several factors, if you will. First is really the demand that drives a lot of potential, the supply potential, and the technology needed, how mature, would we be able to decrease the cost and increase the reliability so it's scalable. And the infrastructure that I talked about, not just the physical infrastructure, but also the policy infrastructure. And to compete for investments globally. BP has a global portfolio. All of the projects need to meet the hurdle rate. And we look at those factors, the supply, the demand, the infrastructure, the technology, and how stable it is that our projects would be able to survive and be successful for many years because of the long cycle of these projects. I think also innovation and how a country, government is welcoming the new development. BP is exploring low carbon energy opportunities within ASEAN, and Indonesia is very gifted with a lot of geothermal, solar, all sources of new energy, and how can we forge new relationships to make our projects economic, establish the commerciality as the first step, and gradually, steadily scale up so then they can be sustainable over the long term. And we cannot do it alone. That's why collaborating with our national partners, with other IOCs, is critical factor to success.
Thank you. And I think the keywords that we've been hearing a lot is collaboration, preparation, and investing in infrastructure to get us there. We only have a couple of minutes left on the clock, so I'd like to shoot a fire round question to all the panelists to close this out. Can Indonesia achieve net zero emissions by 2060 while maintaining global economic competitiveness? Goldie?
Yes is the answer, but we've all discussed how, and that's the hard part here, is we need the leadership, we need the will, we need the capital, we need the innovative capacity to do so.
I would also say yes, but let's not let the moment that we are in pass us by. we have reached a level of awareness that I don't think can be peeled back in terms of the importance of these issues, in terms of the collectiveness in which we are talking about these issues. And I think that that cannot be underestimated, but it's incumbent on all of us from our perspectives, including where we have the ability to facilitate and bring together parties that can act here, to act, to keep moving the ball forward, even within the vicissitudes of political change, because we have come quite far in a short time, and we have to make sure that we continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy?
So I would say definitely visa. I think from our standpoint, Indonesia is a very important country in our global portfolio. We've been here for more than 50 years, and we would like to contribute to the long-term sustainable energy security and energy transition agenda the country has. Going back to what I said earlier, the end is very, very important. These things do not happen overnight and full of challenges. So we need to invest in the energy systems the world needs today. We also need to start investing in innovating for what the world will need tomorrow. So we need all of them. And I also wanted to say that each country, each region, the economic circumstances are different. The path to transition is different. And we need to look into the actual situation, the need to figure out the how. That's really the challenging piece. But BP is very committed to supporting ASEAN community, supporting Indonesia to reach our goals.
Thank you. And Pak Damawan?
Yes, we need to make sure that the future of the next generation should be better than ours. And we are fully committed exactly to do so. And we're doing this not only because of international environmental agreement, not only because of policy. We do this because we really care. How are we going to walk the talk? I think, yes, we can. We're going to be able to achieve net zero emission by 2060. But we need to get the right policy, regulatory framework in place. We need to design an ecosystem that is conducive for green investment. We need to come up with some kind of collaboration of policy, technology, innovations, co-investment in every single sense. We're not going to be able to bear the burden alone. And PLN here, we're giving the best we can. And in the past, our main job was to provide electricity. But in the future, our main job is to take care of the environment, while electricity is our byproduct. Thank you.
Thank you. And I love the sense of optimism, right? And I think we all acknowledge that there's still a lot of work to be done, but let us also look back at the past few years, and we have seen that the momentum has remained so strong for Indonesia, for PLN, and let us, let that encourage us to continue exploring the collaboration partnerships that we need to move even further on. So thank you. Please join me in thanking my panelists today.
Thank you very much to Ms. Caroline Chua and also to our distinguished speakers for the last panel discussion for our sub-theme 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we had to conclude the Green Infrastructure and Resilient Supply Chain sub-theme. And as of right now, we'd like to inform you it is time for a lunch break. Lunch have been prepared for you at the lobby floor, and also a Standard Chartered is conducting its luncheon called Standard Chartered ASEAN Indo-Pacific Luncheon, accelerating a just transition to net zero in ASEAN at Cascade Lounge. We'd like to also inform you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, that our sub-theme 2, Sustainable and Innovative Financing, will begin at 2 p.m. local time in this ballroom. Therefore, please make your way back to the premises, to the ballroom at 1:50 p.m. local time. And we still have a lot of prominent speakers and also interesting discussion in our second half of ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum right here at the Mulia Hotel, Jakarta. With that said, have a great lunch to all our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you at 2.
BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia. BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia.
BNI harus semakin proaktif dan responsif. BNI terus konsisten untuk mendorong UMKM kita naik kelas.
BNI berkomitmen dalam program-program pemberdayaan UMKM untuk go global.
In Bank Mandiri, we are already one step forward, pioneering Indonesia's transition to low-carbon economy by pursuing net zero emissions on operational by 2030. Let's put our hands together to create a brighter future.
Mining Industry Indonesia, Mind ID, we explore natural resources for civilization, prosperity, and a brighter future.
BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Very good morning, His Excellency Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Good morning. The Honorable Mr. Parjono, Assistant Minister for Macroeconomic and International Finance, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And also our moderator, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Mr. Nur Syaifuddin, Senior Policy Analyst, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And also Ms. Pande Putuoka Kusumardani, Head of Center for State Revenue Policy. And also our prominent speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to the Jakarta on Seminar on Energy Transition Mechanism, ASEAN Country Updates. My name is Rima Budiarti. I'm from Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And absolutely, it's an honor for me to be your master of ceremony for today's seminar. First of all, let us extend our warmest and most sincere welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia. And since now we are in Jakarta, I would like to present one of traditional culture from Betawi called Pantun. Jalan-jalan ke Jatinegara, jangan lupa beli papaya. Selamat datang di Ibu Kota Jakarta, miniatur budaya Indonesia nan jaya. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our seminar today, may I inform you about today's seminar that will divide it into 3 sessions. The first session is about introduction and roundtable of energy transition mechanism in Indonesia. And the second session will discuss about country update on energy transition mechanism. And the last session will talk about road to just and affordable transition. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, now we will start the event with opening speech from Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Febrio Kacaribu.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Friends from non-Indonesian, those are sort of like the set of greetings that we've been doing for how many years now in Indonesia. We say greetings in many different background of languages and cultures. So that's just, again, reflecting how diverse Indonesia is. And also, to that note, how diverse ASEAN is really. Today, we are gathered here on a very important occasion here, providing us with valuable opportunities to gain updates and progress on energy transition mechanism in Indonesia, in ASEAN. I look at very familiar faces here from Indonesia side, but also friends from many countries as well from ASEAN, and most particularly also our partners have been working with us for quite some time now, building the logic and also the policy and also the projects together on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, as an emerging market and developing economy, Indonesia takes a crucial leadership role in green transition towards low-carbon economy. Last year, Indonesia submitted an enhanced NDC to the UNFCCC Secretariat with an increased emission reduction target to 31.89%. It's very detailed. Why don't we just call it 32? Sometimes I I don't know why, but unconditionally we promised 43.2%. Now, this enhanced NDC represents even greater ambition compared to previous Indonesia's updated NDC, which will align with our long-term low carbon and climate resilience strategy 2050 with a vision to achieve net zero emissions by 2060 or earlier. Indonesia realized that huge financing is needed to implement this climate action to support these ambitious climate target commitments. Based on our third estimate of biennial update report, this is one of the estimates, total climate financing needs to achieve the previous NDC of approximately $281 billion by 2030. It was projected to be fulfilled by public and private investment. With this increased ambition, surely the number of investment will be also increased. Indonesia continues to develop many initiatives, including, first of all, from the government side, we do our climate budget tagging. So we look at our budget, both at a national level and also at the regional level. We identify to the existing, to date that we have so far, how much money has been devoted for agenda of climate action. The cumulative climate expenditure from the national government until 2021 already reaching $20 billion, which is about 8% of that annual our estimate needed for the 2030. Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, is clearly open for transition and green business. So the government already showed our commitment. We prepared our policies. Now we're looking at the business opportunities because, after all, the government cannot solve all of this problem by ourselves. In fact, Indonesia cannot solve the global public good problem by himself. Now, transition and green investment are clearly flourishing in Indonesia. This due to, among others, the government of Indonesia has issued a number of fiscal incentives to attract private investment in green projects and green industry, including, among others, tax holidays, tax allowances, as well as facilities on VAT. There's also import duty and also property tax involved. These policies have fruitfully cultivated a climate of transitional investment and green investment in Indonesia, notably with the electric vehicle supply chain. For instance, there's an estimate by Institute for Essential Services Reform. This is estimate by ISR 2023. During the period of 2021-2022, Indonesia managed to attract investment commitments amounting to $20.3 billion in the electric vehicle supply chain. The largest share of this investment was directed towards battery production, reaching a total of $15 billion. Fiscal incentives and downstreaming policy in green industry are expected to curb carbon emission by about 15 million tons of CO2 equivalent. We also mobilize funds through innovative financing by issuing green sukuk of $6.2 billion and SDG bonds up to $577 million, both at the global and national level, which are expected to reduce about 10.6 million CO2 emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia also has issued regulations framework to implement carbon pricing and tax. This policy will utilize carbon trading and non-trade instruments, one of which we call carbon tax, and also upcoming is carbon market that we are preparing to launch by the end of the year. This is to internalize the external cost of greenhouse gas emissions under the principle of polluters pay principle. In addition, Indonesia also plans to implement this piloting of carbon market by the end of the year, regulated and supervised by Indonesia's Financial Sector Authority, OJK. Now I'm going to move on a little bit about transition finance. With many initiatives that I have mentioned above, we realized that more efforts still needed to reach the financing need of our NDC to give actual contribution to reduce global greenhouse gas emission, while also keeping the pace of growth and our own development. In this regard, I believe that the key in achieving is our growth-friendly climate action lays on what we call transition finance. This is because transition finance involves providing financial services and products to high carbon emitting industries to support the transition towards decarbonization in the short to medium term. In G20, under G20 Indonesia presidency last year, the transition finance framework was commenced as a guidance for developing policies and financial services to support the climate-related transition. Indonesia, in this regard, launched and continued to develop our Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform as an example on how we pursue the financing for transition in energy sector in Indonesia. Now I'm going to go a little bit deeper on this ETM, and I'm going to mention a little bit about JETP as well. Indonesia is proud to be among committed countries in energy transitions. Collaborating with ADB since the beginning, Government of Indonesia launched the Energy Transition Mechanism during the COP26 at Glasgow, aiming to accelerate retirement and repurposing of coal-fired power plants, and also scale up replacement clean energy technology. Indonesia established the Indonesia ETM Country Platform. Pak Edwin is the manager of this country platform in Indonesia with his PTSMI. And this is as a blended finance framework that will mobilize financial resources to support and also support from international partners, including multilateral and bilateral institutions, philanthropies, and also private sectors for this just and affordable energy transition. Now, our ETM country platform, through international partnership and commitments, we have secured the funding from Climate Investment Fund. This is $500 million of highly concessional fund for Indonesia. This will be leveraged up to additional $4 billion by the ADB, World Bank, and others, including the government of Indonesia. From this approved amount, the priority in the short term will be focused on accelerating early retirement of 2 projects of total retirement of 1.7 gigawatts of coal-fired power plants. The key challenge is on the involvement of the private sector, where there are still no strong engagement. In considering the risk assessment, we realize that the portion of low-cost financing from concessional flow of fund is really crucial in determining the project return. The lower concessional pricing country platform can obtain, clearly, the more flexibility the country has to develop mechanisms that could ensure acceptable credit risk and also a just transition for investors, lenders, and all related parties. So when we look at it, we're clearly talking about market mechanism. We're clearly trying to internalize all of the cost, and we will determine how much will it cost us to decarbonize. Once we get the number based on market mechanism, also with market mechanism principles, we ask who should bear the cost, how much each party would actually take parts in terms of bearing the cost. Now, I'm going to mention a little bit about Just Energy Transition Partnership, JETP. This is a commitment published by IPG countries, $10 billion from public sector and $10 billion from private financial institutions. These are commitments. With this international support, we will work together. What it means is, again, Indonesia is open for business. Indonesia is open for transition and green investment. Commitments are very much welcome. Numbers can be announced, $10 billion here, $5 billion there, another $10 billion from that side. But at the end of the day, it will boil down to transactions. it will boil down to how do you calculate the return from the investment? And how do you refine and redefine what we mean by return in this transition and green investment in Indonesia and all over the world? Our first hunch saying that it is not going to be the conventional way of defining return on investment. From the beginning, everybody knows that. From the beginning, everybody knows this is going to involve the idea, the notion of decarbonization. Who should bear the cost? Then the market mechanism will actually help us to talk about how we do the transactions. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about another regulatory framework that we've done, not only in Indonesia, but also more importantly now in ASEAN. The key challenge to transition finance is clearly the involvement of the private financing. To mobilize private investment, there is a need to establish a credible approach to identify and labeling transition activities. This is to ensure that the private sector participation would be seen not as greenwashing. In addition, to accelerate our global climate transition effort, emerging economies developing need access to fair and adequate resources in timely manner, just like we discussed before. In this regard, Indonesia, during this year, ASEAN chairmanship, we managed together with ASEAN partners, ASEAN countries, to launch our ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2. I believe that many of you, or most of you, are already familiar with this. The ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2 is an example on how ASEAN members are working to enable an orderly transition and foster sustainable finance implementation. This taxonomy now has introduced, among others, coal phase out as an activity that will be classified as green or amber. Depends on the qualification of the projects. The ASEAN taxonomy serves as showcase of good, credible, implementable transition with interoperable taxonomy between regions and countries. The next challenge is on how to build this interoperability of the ASEAN taxonomy with others, such as EU taxonomy. So that's why we are very grateful to have our friends from EU attending today, and will be also speaking on this matter. Also with other countries. This is, also, of course, in order to boost more private sector involvement globally, not just regionally. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia continues to enhance international cooperation to advocate climate actions and to mobilize the private and public sector's finance for climate action. Indonesia is actively involved and continues to support and to show its leadership in leveraging sustainable financial ecosystem, including at the G20 Forum, ASEAN, and also, not to mention, Coalition of Ministers of Finance for Climate Action, where Indonesia is one of the co-chairs of the coalition. Indonesia also continued to enhance cooperation with stakeholders, such as Green Climate Fund has been instrumental help with Indonesia, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, international financial institutions, multilateral development banks, development partner countries, private sector, even including philanthropic institutions. We view that the need for global collaboration in order to create the ecosystem for green and transition industries, including for batteries, electric vehicles, and the green global supply chain. We all need to realize the importance and start to establish the global value chain for production, trade, and investment for green industries. Ladies and gentlemen, during Indonesia's 2023 ASEAN chairmanship, there is a resolute determination to elevate the energy transition program to the forefront of the ASEAN's priorities. The aspiration is for all ASEAN nations to collaboratively embark on a just and affordable energy transition. The ultimate goal is to seamlessly attain a low-carbon economy while simultaneously safeguarding our economic growth and preserving employment opportunities for those impacted. Let's engage in these enriching discussions today and wholeheartedly participate in this seminar. Wishing you all have a pleasant morning and fruitful discussions. And thank you very much for all of our collaborations and working together. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opening speech. Please remain on the stage. Mr. Febrio Kacharibu, please remain on the stage. We would like to have photo session together. And also we would like to invite Mr. Pargiono, all moderators and panelists, as well to Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage and to have a photo sessions together. Once again, we would like to invite all moderators and panelists, as well to Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage and to join the photo session together. Once again, we would like to invite Eslon 2 in Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia to join to the stage to take a photo session together. And now we would like to have photo session together. Please, you may give your warm smile. Please, you may give your warm smile, and 1, 2, 3. All right, once again. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you. And please, you may have a seat. Once again, thank you for the presentation together. You may have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the first session of this seminar, Introduction and Roundtable of Energy Transition Mechanism in Indonesia. This session will explain the general framework of energy transition in Indonesia, and besides that, this session will also highlight the current state of Indonesia energy transitions along with the planned financing scheme. And before we start our session, let me introduce our moderator, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs of Republic of Indonesia. And please welcome Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin.
Okay, sorry. Allow me to introduce the panelists. Mr. Pargiono, Assistant Minister for Macroeconomics and International Finance, Ministry of Finance. Next panelist, Mr. Gigi Udiatmo, Director for Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, or anyone representing. The next one will be Ms. Cynthia Rusli, Director of Finance from PT PLN. last but not least, Mr. Paul Butar-Butar, Deputy Head of JP Secretariat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. As Excellency Pak Febrio and all honored guests, I whispered to Pak Febrio just now, the best thing about the first moderator is that we don't have to repeat the context because the context has been very well explained by Pak Febrio and it's very, very fresh. So I'm just gonna jump right in with the discussion. So Indonesia, as part of the commitment for energy transition, has done multiple collaboration with international communities. And one of the strongest commitment is also in this energy transition mechanism. So, of course, energy transition is a technical problem as well as financial problem. And today with us, we have Pak Parjiono here from Ministry of Finance, who will help coordinate also the financing at some point on this one. So Pak Parjiono, we know that this ETM process has been ongoing for a while. I think it's been discussed in COP26 last time, and there's a lot of work that has been done by Indonesia, government of Indonesia, especially Ministry of Finance, both in issuing the regulation for fiscal support on accelerating energy transition, and also preparing for the pilot project together with MEMR. So, would you like to explain to us how far the regulation has been implemented, and what is the progress on the ETM pilot project, especially on the PLTO Cirebon? Please, Pak.
Terima kasih, thank you very much Pak Rahmat. Good morning, selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. As already mentioned by Pak Rahmat, no need to repeat what I actually think that we have in the Ministry of Finance, because everything is done by Pak Febrio, then my job is actually done actually. Just, if I don't know whether some slide will be shown, but directly to the point that Pak Rahmat explains, some progress that we have in the Ministry of Finance. The first is on the CIF, SCT investment plans. Yeah. It's about 500 million in CIF-X funding together with 2.0 billion in MDV's co-financing, and nearly 1.3 in other co-financing. The investment plan aims to achieve the three main pillars: governance, peoples, and infrastructures. And this is already running so far, Pak Rahmat. And then when you pointed directly to the two projects, PT SME, Pak Edwin is here, and Indonesia Investment Authority are in the process of due diligence on the two energy transition mechanism projects. The first project is being conducted by INA with PT Cirebon Electric Power, which is about 660 megawatts, with a total investment of $877 million. The second project is being also conducted by PT SME with the PLTU Pelabuhan Ratu, which is about 1,050 megawatts with an asset value of 12 trillion in local currency rupiah. And then currently on this mechanism, Ministry of Finance is also developing regulation on ETM country platforms that Pak Febrio mentioned. That if you have slide, I think better to mention to open in the slide 12. This is what I mentioned. Okay. On the ATM country platforms, it regulates the governance of energy transition mechanism and also flowing of the financing process for the ATM, which include governments, investment, and also concessional loans, guarantee, and PPP that Pak Febrio mentioned, from the de-risking, also the side from the government that can provide, including the incentive from the tax, including also the guarantee and de-risking. And then also we have what we call it Indonesia Investment Guarantee (PTPII), which also doing the on the way. And then on the process, if I just go more deeply on the energy transition mechanism country platform structure, let me start with the, if you have already ideas on the source of funding, on the purpose of projects, then we can help on the blended financing. Then you have to come directly to country platform that we have here, Pak PT SME, Pak Edwin is in charge. Under PT SME as the country platforms, we are in the governments and coordinating ministers among us, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy, and Ministry of State-owned Enterprises, and other ministries related, will be on the steering board, who will in charge of assessing any proposals, any ideas of projects that we have from the PTSME proposed. Then we assessing for any government's what the government's support, whether this is the risking, commercial loans, technical assistance, or other subsidy, which later on the pricing. And then we also be working on the PTPII, on the equity, low-cost refinancing, performance-based payments. And then PT SME will be assessing on that way. And further, we will come up with the Clean Energy Fund, or CEF, and then also the carbon reductions funds. I don't know whether you can open on the slide 12. The outcome on the energy transitions projects, certainly with the PLN in charge, is IPP project, is also on the pipelines projects. Then we can measure as well as on the carbons credits. And then the fourth one, Pak Rahmat, on the just transition is among the core also component, the fourth one of ETM, to provide a just transition strategy in Indonesia ATM. The strategic environment and social assessment is now being developed. The SESIA National Workshop has been also held last week in August, and the report is expected to be launched in this next month on October. I think this is for update that I could provide, Pak Rahmat. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Parjono. So basically, regulation is there, projects is there, and then platform is there. PTSMI, if you don't know, the leader of PTSMI is Pak Edwin here, the handsome gentleman in batik. So all the international bankers who want to provide blended finance can go contact Pak Edwin here. And of course, we need to make sure that there is a just mechanism as well that has been worked on. So yeah, I think we are ready to conduct this. So maybe the next, I would like to ask Bu Cynthia here as a representative of PLN. So what is the PLN plan on to support this energy transition mechanism? Please, Bu Cynthia.
Thank you, Pak Rahmat. So good morning, everyone. So we have been hearing the effort from the government. Once it's the regulatory framework and also the intention for the government to achieve the net NDC by 2030 with the enhanced NDC, and also the support from the global community in terms of the JETP platform, as well as the local platform on the ETM country platform. I think from PLN as an operator, of course, we need to also develop our own scenario, which is workable with the global and the local platform. And in order to achieve the enhanced NDC and at least for PLN also to be able to deliver our net zero roadmap by 2060, so decarbonization plan. For PLN itself, we have actually translated the enhanced NDC for 31.9% by 2030 into what basically needs to be done within PLN and specifically in the electricity sector. So PLN needs to reduce by 2030 of 127 million tons of CO2 emissions, and that means by 2030 it has to be at the level of 370 million tons of CO2. And then we have developed various effort basically within PLN. So since planning, so last 2 years in 2021, PLN together with the MAMR have already started to develop our greenest RUPTL, meaning that we have already setting down the plan to develop more coal fire power plants. And we have also do a certain initiatives, efforts in co-firing, some other effort within the operational level to ensure that we are able to reduce our CO2 emissions. So by that, from the planning stage and up to the operational level at this moment, we have already been, in the planning stage, reducing the emission by 3.7 billion CO2 emissions. And after that, then along with the government policy and initiatives with the JETP and the plan towards the NDC, enhanced NDC by 2030, we also involve as an operator with the government in the technical working group, specifically developing a scenario. So I think JETP has already, JETP Secretariat has already delivered their scenario assessment. I think yesterday Pak Rahmat has already led the meeting for that, for public consultation with stakeholders. And with that, PN also basically look into what matters in terms of system, electricity, security, sustainability, financial sustainability, fiscal sustainability, and of course, environmental sustainability. So PLN as an operator, as a utility, also has considerations in developing our own scenario and has already delivered our feedback to the JETP Secretariat of the, what we call it, the CIP, the CIPP, or the scenario developed by the JETP Secretariat. So I think the next phase after we have done our planning stage and the scenario assessment, then we need to look into what basically scenario that is executable, workable from PLN perspective in terms of the energy security, fiscal sustainability, financial sustainability, corporate financial sustainability, and environmental sustainability. And we have assessed 4 scenarios. And basically, in conclusion, we have achieved to the conclusions that we are choosing the optimum scenario is the accelerated renewable energy with coal phase down. What does it mean? It's basically we have 75% additional renewable energy and 25% with the gas as a transition for enabling us to do this decarbonization roadmap. And the other issue that is also very important here is the number 4, that with that scenario, basically PLN power system emissions for the CO2 is basically below 370. So by 2030, if we are able to execute that plan, so basically it's already beyond the enhanced, already below the enhanced NDC. So that's also quite a good point in terms of planning, scenario planning. And what we see with the scenario of accelerated renewable energy is that we are operating within the covenants, within that covenants, debt service coverage ratio, debt to EBITDA, and also debt capacity. And we see that the fiscal exposure to that scenario is also something quite moderate, that we think that the fiscal capacity is also being able to absorb that. So basically that's the situation at this moment, Pak Rahmat. In short, I think PLN has already put an effort to find the right scenario that we think meet those four aspects of energy security, sustainability, corporate financial sustainability, environmental sustainability, as well as the fiscal sustainability. So we have quite a lot of sets of slides for everyone. Then, if you want to deep dive on that very specific aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Cynthia. So PLN has done a lot of work, have a lot of menu, if you will, yeah, depending what is the support needed, as Pak Febrio mentioned. Once we do, there will be some impacts, and also who can support us pay for the bill, if you will. Okay, after this, apparently we have one online guest, online panelist from the MEMR. I would like to introduce you to Pak Katro Romandi from MEMR. And maybe also, Pak Katro, are you online?
Yeah, Pak Deputy.
Thank you, Pak Katro. So we have a lot of guests here, and I think we want to discuss on the energy transition, and especially on the energy transition mechanism, which practically require coal-fired power plant early retirement roadmap. So we understand that MEMR is currently drafting a ministerial decree on the CFPP early retirement roadmap and also the project assignment, as in accordance with the Presidential Decree number 112/2022. So can you give us update on what is the progress on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Deputy. Yang kami hormati Pak Febrio, Chairman Office of Policy Agency, Minister of Finance, Pak Diono, Assistant Minister for Macroeconomic and International Finance, and Ibu Cynthia Rusdi, Pak Paul Buta, and especially Pak Moderator, Pak Direktur Plenary. Sebetulnya Pak Yudo and Pak Diki could not attend directly, Pak, because we all are now at Bali for ASEAN Energy Business Forum, and also me myself also now attending for this energy business forum. This was being asked by Pak Moderator, Deputy. We do have some slides probably that the organizer can show the latest slide number 4 probably. So with the coordination among stakeholders, with Minister of State-Owned, Minister of Finance, and PLN, UNOP, ISR, and also AIPF, we continue to intensify the so-called pilot transition to growth energy transition market mechanism viability. And again, we identify some research to achieve the target for the coal-fired power plant early retirement. And there are 15 units probably at the moment under the roadmap, under the draft of the roadmap has been identified, but still we haven't yet get the exact number, what will be the best options or what will be the best mechanism that we would like to have for the early retirement of coal-fired power plant. And therefore, we expect that based again with closely working with the AIPF, just an International Partnership Secretariat, that already also in the progress of finalizing the comprehensive investment plan and policy, AIPF could be aligned with our roadmap from the MEMR based to what are the requirements of the CFPP itself. So on the roadmap, actually we identify based on the capacity of the coal-fired power plant belongs to PLN, belongs to IPP, and belongs to CAFDEF. But at the moment, can you show the slide number 4? Yeah, that's not enough. This for the CFPP early retirement of capital. So data based on PLN data of the coal-fired power plant. And we also considered about the lifetime and capacity factor. How can any the gas productions if we terminate or if we close down or phasing down the coal-fired power plant, and what would be the economic value if we retire this more accelerated. And based on the input coming from the Minister of Finance, especially, and also Minister of Finance and also Minister of State, on that if we try to retire, this, we have to consider about the PPP of tenaga listrik. So we have to consider about the subsidy and the compensation, and also we have to consider about the just transition of the aspect rate of if we retire for this 15 unit of identified coal-fired power plant. So we still have, at the moment, we're still drafting, and we will have two ministerial decree. The first decree related on the roadmap itself, and the first ministerial decree will be on the list of the coal-fired power plant, which is also being agreed. If the list is being agreed by the Minister of Finance and also Minister of State.
I will stop here, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you for the updates. And I think on the energy transition, we have here the Deputy Head of JETP Secretariat, Pak Paul. And you know, there is a lot of discussion just now mentioning about JETP, Pak Paul. Can you update us, what is the process of financing on the energy transition in Indonesia, and what are the targets set by JETP? Give us update on the JETP.
Thank you, Pak Moderator, Pak Deputy. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Kaban, Pak Febrio, dan Bapak Ibu panelis dan juga Bapak Ibu yang hadir di tempat ini. As everybody knows, the JETP has been announced in November, and Secretariat has been working since February this year under the guidance of three ministries actually, led by Pak Rahmat from Menko Marves, then led also by Pak Febrio from Finance Minister, and also Pak Dadan from MEMR. JETP Secretariat has been working together with a lot of partners with working group. Some of them actually are here. We have World Bank here. We have UNDP. I see here colleague and other parties, including the civil society from Indonesia, working together to prepare a kind of a credible scenario pathway for the just energy transition for Indonesia. And then as a result or the initial target of the JETP as announced during the G20 last year, it was said we need to meet 290 million ton of CO2 from power sectors and 34% of our renewable energy. And after the evaluation by technical teams led by IEA, we found out that it would be doable, but it would require a substantial amount of money, substantial effort from everybody, then make it almost impossible to implement. That's why the working group has been the technical working group has been working together to and getting the data from MEMR, from PLN, and from captive power, and trying to see what would be the credible scenario for Indonesia energy transition. As promised we have finalized, from the Secretariat, have finalized the comprehensive investment policy plan, and then has been submitted to government and also IPG, and now is under discussion by government as well as IPG, and we expect to receive feedback so that we can later on respond to that feedback. If you can go to the last slide, please. So, on the scenario that we have, as you may know, that we have actually 5 investment plan. So, five investment area. The first investment area will be in transmission and grid. The second one will be in coal phase out, and the third one will be investment in dispatchable renewable energy, and fourth investment area will be on variable, and the last one will be on the supply chains for the renewable energy technology. Based on the scenario that we have prepared together with the working group, we see actually the target could be reached to 395 million ton of CO2 in the power sector, but it also will still need a lot of effort. There are preconditions that need to be met. For example, we need to invest in a lot of geothermal, a lot of renewable, a lot of hydro, in particular also a lot of variable renewable, more than 20 gigawatt of solar PV and so on. And then this will require collaboration from everyone in order to make it happen. There are still a lot of issues there that need to be looked at in detail in order to make it happen. And in particular, actually, this issue, the financing, we could only do that if we can get financing. For example, in the scenario that we have now for the JETP, it said that we would need to phase out about 6 point something gigawatt of coal power plant in order to make room for renewable. And also we have to phase down by reducing the capacity factor in order to make more room for renewable. And all of that will need financing. So as already mentioned by Pak Febrio, by Pak Rahmat, by Pak Jonan, as well as by Bu Cynthia, all of this will need money. So Bu Cynthia has already mentioned about projects that they will include in the PLN ultra accelerated and accelerated scenario, and only if sufficient financing would be available, then we could really make it happen. If not, then we need to, maybe we have to go with our own scenario that we would not meet the target of 2030, but we could move for example, with other target years that need to recalculate later on. But important is, as mentioned by Pak Febri before, there is a commitment for 20 billion to be mobilized by IPG member and GFANS, and we have checked what would be the, let's say, where the 20 billion could be invested. So if we want to move forward, for example, we need really a lot of investment in transmission, connecting Sumatra and Java, for example, or connecting, let's say, areas in Sulawesi, so that the renewable energy can be evacuated to meet the demand of the captive. We might want to think even to utilize the renewable energy potential in Papua, so that we could, let's say, evacuate that to the smelters in Halmahera or in Obi Island, in order to reduce the need for coal captive in that area for smelters and so on. And these need investment. And also, as can be seen in the slide here, we expect that the public money, the 20 billion, consists of 10 billion of public money and 10 billion from commercial, we expect that most of the financing from the public sector could be used to finance grid or transmission and also early retirement, because we expect that this funding or because this investment would not have sufficient return. That's why it would not fit for commercial. But the other, for example, the variable renewable or some of the dispatchable renewable could go for commercial financing and so on. And I think I will stop here, Pak. Makasih.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Paul. I think you see there's projects already identified in JETP, and also there's a lot of work on the roadmap, if you will. So thank you, Pak. So maybe I just want to pick up a little bit on your comments on the financing package, because people typically say that there's a lot of money in the world, right? Whether it's suitable to support the financing or not, and specifically on the ETM, and especially also in the infrastructure, do you see that there is enough money available that and also suitable in terms of tenure, in terms of concessionality to support the projects?
Unfortunately, out of the I would only talk about the public money, but out of the 10 billion money that has been promised, only few of them is really allocated for let's say transmission or early retirement. So to date, as of now, the only funding that is available for early retirement is actually the one for ETM. So not much, let's say, if Pak Katro, for example, mentioned about 4.8 gigawatt to be retired, then other than the ETM money, we don't have any money left, actually. Also, we call it just transition. So we expect, actually, that the financing of just part of the energy transition, we expect that should be a grant. But so far, we only see that less than 300 million would be used as a grant, will get as a grant, and about half of them has been allocated for technical assistance. So all in all, we see that the financing available for moving forward with this just energy transition would not be sufficient. It requires a lot more concessional funding in order to be able to move forward with the scenario. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Paul. So a lot of good work being done, but of course a lot of homework moving forward as well. Okay, I'm conscious on my original schedule, 10:15, we have to finish. So maybe before I close, I would like to ask our panelists here, each one to, because we have all these prominent members, maybe if there is something that you want to tell them, Pak Parjono, to the audience, please. Any messages?
Yeah. Thank you. Just to highlight, Pak Febrio mentioned the cost is very expensive and the government is not able to bear all the costs. And certainly the private sector involvement, engagement to this process investment is needed. And I see here most of us, the private sector actually have a high interest to this investment, and we are really guided by yours in terms of how we can create the corridor, the framework and regulatory framework that the private sector can be, friendly, come to this process, to this energy transition mechanism. And I see also in the global move from the G20, for example, the intention to reform the MDBs, for example, that to expand the mission is not only to the prosperity and also to poverty, but also to global public goods. But then we questioning on the financing that really no one can answer up to now, even though already higher expert groups, but we can put the number, but we haven't been able to put the way to go with this number in a more concrete way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Cynthia.
Yeah, I think I can say that Indonesia has, we have already started exercising the scenario, and at least we have the initial numbers of the projects already, whether it's the investment focus area in the generations or transmission distribution, including the smart grid, and the level of 150 billion US dollars is something that is now on the table, and hundreds of projects. I think yesterday around 950 projects lists are there, and for the priority projects is around 450 projects. So for lenders and for anyone, the partners in financing can also start looking into the projects, because sooner or later we need to develop the renewable energy, baseload, variable renewable energy, or green enabling infrastructure, the transmission and smart grid. So there are a very vast areas of investment that can be supported by everyone. So we are ready for that, and please start discussing with us, because numbers will, of course, will be dynamics, but the needs for investments are there, and of course for PLN, again, so long as the assistance and the help extended by the global communities to PLN as a corporate needs to be sound, needs to be competitive, and of course we also expect some sort of accelerated in terms of the process of the extended the financing facility to PLN, so that we start working on one by one of the projects. For the early terminations, I think we are now working on it on the private sector side in terms of PPA. Of course, consent from PLN needs to be there. We just need to look into how it would fit into the system and how the clause in the PPA enable us to do so. I think this should not be an issue. So we are working on it. On PLN own, it has to be also discussed a bit on the execution in terms of the support from the government, in terms of the stability of the system, etc. So more on the technical. So I think all in all, in the investment plan are there. On the early retirements, we are also working on it. We are quite optimistic that Indonesia is serious and PLN is also serious in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If Pak Katro still with us, Pak Katro, any message for the audience?
Thank you, Pak Moderator. If I may, Pak, the key challenge, and also mentioned by Pak Febio earlier on the opening, is the involvement of the stakeholders, Pak. So how is the flexibility mechanism to ensure the energy transition mechanism exist in the country? So investment is surely needed, and it needs a strong collaboration and among international partners, Pak, government, stakeholders, and its value chain. And I would like also to deliver the high appreciation, Pak, for the Minister of Finance, Pak, for convening this valuable meeting. And we all actually looking for the output and outcome for sustainable finance, Pak, existence. So global participation and collaboration is necessary, Pak, to achieve carbon neutrality in power sector. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Katro. And Pak Paul.
One thing that I take note from what we have done so far as part of in the preparation of the CIPP document is actually the collaboration. So it's really nice to see that under the guidance of the government, Pak Rahmat, Pak Febrio, and Pak Dadan, and also collaborating with all of the stakeholders, PLN and DJK, Pak Katro teams, and so on, and also including, of course, the international organization that have supported us in preparing all of the document. This nice collaboration has been able to put up a plan. It is not perfect. It is not perfect, but at least we have a plan that we can, let's say, good as a basis for us to discuss. That will help us in meeting our target, our JETP target, and also meeting our net zero emissions. And then next for us at the Secretariat will be waiting for the guidance from the government and also IPG, so that after that we can get the documents for public for public comments, so that all the efforts that we have spent, that everybody have spent for this document could be materialized later on. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Paul. So to summarize, basically, it seems like there's a lot of commitment and a lot of good work has been done by the Indonesian government and with PLN, also together with JETP Secretariat and the working groups. That is basically collaboration with a lot of international organizations as well. Policies has been created, platforms being created. But of course, it seems to me it's a very, very complex challenge. Indonesia is very complex. It's a growing country, still middle income. And of course, with the geography, is also facing very unique problems. So bear with us, but we, of course, need to be keep in high spirit, because this is very, very important for all of us. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to moderate the session, Pak Febrio and everyone. And let me give back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, and also all speakers, panelists for the insightful discussions for the first session on this seminar today. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the second sessions, I would like to inform you that we have already provided some meals and beverage outside the ballroom, so you may have enjoy the meals and beverage while we continue our session. Again, thank you for the panelists, and we would like to continue to our second sessions. Country update on energy transition mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, and these second sessions will explain the study of CFPP to be retired earlier in Indonesia and update other countries' progress. And absolutely, this session will be guided by our honorable moderator, Mr. Nur Syaifuddin, Senior Policy Analyst, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And all ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Nur Syaifuddin.
Ceremony for inviting me to moderate the second session, and I'll take the lecturers as a moderator for the second moderator, just like Pak Rahmat already take the first moderator lecturers. For the second moderator, I will take it much easier because the context already delivered by Pak Febrio, and all the strategic policies and etc. already been discussed clearly on the first session. So then, in the second session, just like the Master of Ceremony already delivered, that we will talk and discuss about the study on the CFPP early retirement, particularly in Indonesia and Philippines. And without further ado, I will invite our first speaker, Pak Edwin Syahruzad, as the CEO of PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure in Indonesia. Welcome, Pak. And from virtual, we will have Pak David Elzinga from ASEAN Development Bank. Please welcome, Pak. And we will also have our third panelist. Mr. Michael Osinakros. Welcome, Pak Michael. So, I'm very delighted this morning because in this seminar on the second session on the study of the CFPP early retirement, we have three prominent speakers that they are very keen in the process of the CFPP early retirement, particularly Pak Edwin, as the CEO of PTSMI of Indonesia, that been done with couple have Pak David, who have been done with study in the Cirebon coal-fired power plant, and we also have Pak Michael that been studying on the and preparing the policy on the energy transition mechanism in the Philippines, and we'll be hearing further, from our three prominent speakers about each of the particular topics. And for Pak Edwin, I think you already prepared with some presentation, Pak, about how the advanced updates, on the process of the early retirement in the Pelabuhan Ratu coal-fired power plant, Pak, and perhaps you can also share any challenges as well as the next steps that been preparing by PTSMI. Please, without further ado, Pak. Thank you, Pak.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the panelists in the very important session. I think as a country platform, I think we are involved in the two showcases. First, I think is also we are involved in the showcase, which is coal phasing out of Pelabuhan Ratu project, whereas we have formed a consortium with PTBA. It is, like Bu Cynthia mentioned before, it is the asset spin-off modality, whereby on the other IPP modality, we are also supporting and we work hand in hand with INA to support the coal phase out of Cirebon project. I think with regard to the Pelabuhan Ratu project, as I mentioned before, this is the power plant that is quite critical because it is the source of base load modality for PLN, and it is located in Java, and the size is quite big, as the capacity is 3 times 330 megawatt, and also commercial operation has been commenced in 2014, and I think the estimated book value is quite big, is an approximate number of 12 trillion rupiah. And I think this is the first constraint. There is no way we can have a transaction below estimated book value because it will bring PLN to the risk of state losses. And I think from technical standpoint, it is main source of electricity production to Java, since it produces an approximate number of 5,500 gigawatt hour per year in 2021. I think we structure the transaction in such way there is an equity portion where we collaboratively with PTBA and PLN would be the shareholders. So PLN will receive money from that part. The indicative equity is approximately 30%, representing the project cost, or 4.13 trillion rupiah, and also we hope that we can get collaborative financing to the project in a number of close to 10 trillion, which is primarily, I think that we can have a concessional support from the government. Of course, we need also to collaboratively close a financing mechanism whereby it represents a blended finance from as many as possible commercial financier or commercial lenders that would be attracted to these projects. Next, I think, of course, the modalities start with the spinning off of this asset, because this is the asset already in the balance sheet of PLN, so there might be some sale of asset to SPV initially owned by PLN, and in the second stage or in the later stage, we are going to conduct a sale and purchase agreement to acquire some shares of SPV, 100% owned by PLN. And of course, there is an element of early retirement or phase-out period, which according to the model, we have appointed consultant KPMG in this particular case, and they have built a building block, not really a financial model that is based on reality, but a building block based on assumption here and there, and we expect to get 8 years curtailing the lifetime of the initial production, or lifetime of the assets, so that we can have some quite, this is IRR that is reflecting more towards, I think, impact investor rather than a commercial investors. And I think next, with regard to the process, currently we are, as I mentioned before, we have formed a consortium between the three of us, and we are working on it. We are in the stage of due diligence at the moment. The consultant has been appointed, but there is also critical issues. I think we have pointed out several critical issues that needs to be following up, because it is not under our control, but it is under perhaps there is some element of critical issues under PLN control, and PLN need a revision with regard to the PP or regulation that stipulates the direct appointment to the SPV from the asset previously owned by PLN, because it is the SPV that is going to have a contractual agreement with regard to the PPA and the terms and condition of electricity production, and terms and condition with regard to the technicalities, and of course the return, because return is very important, and also return to the investors as well as the financing support to the project. Next slide, perhaps. This is some of critical issues that needs to be resolved quite soon. I think some of it is with regard to the direct assignment, direct appointment, and the other perhaps also with regard to the, I think even though in the previous session that it has been mentioned about the mechanic of the country platform, but we still need also the PMK, Ministry of Finance regulation, to stipulate, to enable us to perform a role as a country platform, and what is really the mechanism, the protocol that needs to be conducted in such way we can also propose for this particular case, we can propose the request for a government support. I think I stop here and I come back to moderator, please.
Thank you, Pak Edwin, for very comprehensive explanation on the current situation or current situation on the providing or process to the early retirement for the Pelabuhan Ratu. I will have a couple of further following up discussion, Pak. But first, I will invite our second speaker first, Pak. Ya, Pak David Azinga. Are you there, Pak? So, Pak David is the ADB's senior analyst for climate change energy specialist, yeah, and it's been done from his experience, yeah, for more than 20 years experience in dealing and conducting a couple of studies on the climate and energies with different institutions and organizations. So, Pak David, perhaps you can explain further about the current result of your study regarding the Cirebon coal-fired power plant. As yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, that according to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, there are two coal-fired power plants that are expected to be early retired in the table. So please, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, and I very much appreciate the invitation to this event, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but very happy to participate virtually in this very important event. If I could ask that the organizers put up the presentation, and maybe starting with slide number 3. And just while they organize the presentation, I'll just highlight that we have heard from many speakers on the complexity of the energy transition. And there are many moving parts as the country develops their energy system and their power system. Yes, that was the correct slide. Please display that. As the country grows and develops their energy system in a way that is needing to support the economy and the society in general with energy to develop from a socioeconomic aspect. If you could display the presentation, please, with slide 3. So before I talk specifically about Cirebon, I just wanted to highlight the broad range of activities and just try to put them in context in Indonesia. So, of course, we have heard a number of people speak about the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and I'll just highlight here that we see a number of different initiatives numbered 1 through 5 at the top of the slide. Number 2 is one element, which is the early coal-fired power plant retirement. But we have, sorry, could you, yeah, thank you. We see that numbers 1, 3, 4, and 5 have a range of development of different areas in the power sector, as well as developing the value chain for energy technologies in Indonesia that can provide additional economic value. And I think it's really important to look at this holistically to see the need for transmission and distribution, baseload RE as well as variable RE to really meet that cost as well as energy security aspects for the development of the power sector. So really, the just energy transition is about not only decreasing emissions, but providing more power to meet those socioeconomic needs. And when we look at going down to the bottom of the slide, the work on energy transition by ADB has a number of activities that can support this energy transition in Indonesia. So we're looking at a results-based lending opportunity with PLN this can support a number of both deployment of renewables as well as supporting the accelerated retirement of coal-fired power plants. We're looking at a financial intermediary loan with PTSMI that could support Palabuan Ratu project. Of course, the chair bond transaction, which I'll speak in more detail in a minute, a prime step project which involves education around energy, clean energy system development. Those are four projects that are found under the Climate Investment Fund's Accelerating Coal Transition Window that we have partnered with the World Bank to support Indonesia in their application for this amount of 500 million in concessional funding. So this fits underneath. This particular work fits underneath and can be seen as JETP initiatives under specific projects that support that broader strategy that is being developed under the JETP. In addition to that, we are working on a standalone financing on a policy-based loan, which would provide fiscal support to Indonesia that will support some of those policy developments that are happening, and some of those were mentioned by ASDM earlier in terms of the coal accelerated coal retirement roadmap. And then lastly, a range of different technical assistance, including our feasibility study that can really support the analytical work on a range of different areas in the energy sector development, as well as carbon finance, environmental and social aspects, and as well, lastly, I'll simply highlight the ASEAN transition taxonomy, in addition to other areas that are really important for this broader energy transition work in Indonesia. Next slide, please. I'll highlight that in the context of ASEAN, we are also doing work on these topics more broadly in Southeast Asia, but also other countries are starting to investigate and look at how can they develop plans and strategies and specific projects that can support the energy transition in their own country. And just highlighting a number of aspects and how we're supporting this, we're working on a fund, ETM funding vehicle that could support transactions in a range of countries in the region and the Southeast Asia region and beyond. We've been able to bring some concessional funding into a trust fund within ADB that allows us to support these activities. We're working on using Indonesia as a model for some initial carbon methodology and also supporting the ASEAN taxonomy work. So really looking at some structural market-based approaches that can support energy transition. And then the last two topics specifically on just transition, as well as safeguards, and the safeguards including both environmental and social aspects. So that links to the just transition side. So very much making sure that the environment as well as the people and communities are supported in going forward with the energy transition. If I can get you to go to the next slide and then forward one more. Where I would like to, yes, next slide, perfect. Thank you. Just now talk specifically about the chair bond transaction. And this is a rather complex slide. And I want to highlight just a couple points. For one, both INA as well as ADB at this point are looking at providing funding to support this chair bond transaction. ADB would be providing funds on a debt basis, and INA, with the support of PTSMI, as mentioned earlier, would be providing equity funds. What this allows us to do in the transaction is use both debt to relever the project and by relevering the project, shifting some of those expected equity returns by the owners of the plant into low-cost debt, we can actually use that approach to shorten the life of the project. And then the equity portion provides a different role. What it allows is those who want to exit the transaction can do so. But I think it's very important to note that INA, together with PTSMI, are not investing in equity in a coal plant alone. They're investing in a coal plant that is doing an accelerated retirement. I think that's a very important element to highlight, that these transactions working together with both debt and equity can very much provide significant value to all stakeholders, those who want to continue in the coal plant operation while it accelerates its retirement, and those who want to exit. This really provides a complete package for this type of transaction. I also want to just highlight that, of course, PLN is a key stakeholder in this, and one of the challenges with this project in that PLN has a supplier of power through Chiribon that is contracted to 2042. In this context, with the ETM transaction, now this plant will cease to produce electricity much earlier than planned. So PLN is a very essential stakeholder in this discussion, because now they have to understand, okay, where is that power going to come from in 2037 up to 2042? We knew the source of the power and we knew the price of the power during that period. What is the replacement power going to be? And no matter how much analysis we do over to determine this, we're not exactly going to have full certainty in the future. The power may be less expensive in the future than this coal plant would provide. That would be an upside for PLN and those buying power from PLN. But the power could be also more expensive. Therefore, who's going to pay for that? And that question has come up earlier as well. So we're dealing with some level of uncertainty as to the future impacts of this transaction. And we have to work to manage that through these broader energy transition activities that I highlighted earlier. If we can go to the next slide, and this will be my last slide. Just to provide you quite a specific update on this transaction, we're still working on this with the range of stakeholders. One of the key aspects that we're working on is the launch of the environmental and social audit and an initial just transition assessment. So this is very much working to determine how we can manage any of the environmental and social impacts of ETM. Overall, this can be a very positive transaction, but if there are impacts, how do we mitigate them? And we're currently studying this to determine how to do that. We're currently working with the commercial partners on this to understand the ETM versus business as usual costs, and therefore that will allow us to structure the financial aspect. We're launching the PLN grid study to address that issue on what is the impacts of the early retirement on system planning. And this is, as I said, introduces some uncertainty because the timing of the retirement is beyond the RUPTL planning period, and we also can't know for certain what the future looks like with respect to technology costs and technology capabilities. So this is a challenge to really make a plan today that is going to have a long-term impact on the future. And then also a range of interministerial discussions to make sure that there is an enabling environment, especially for PLN to pursue such a transaction. And that is one of the key aspects that we're working on at this stage. So with that, I want to conclude and happy to answer any questions and looking forward to participate in the discussion following the other presenter. Thank you. Back to you, Pa.
Thank you very much, Pa David, for your very comprehensive explanation on starting from the bigger picture of the ETM and other just transition mechanism that's been doing in the particularly for Indonesia, and you also explain about the current status of your study and perhaps next steps to achieve some objective of the energy transition mechanism, particularly for Cirebon coal-fired power plant. And yes, Pak, for sure we will invite any questions or perhaps highlights from participants. But first, I'd like to invite Pak Michael from the Philippines, that he is the one that preparing the among others, the energy planning and policies in the Philippines. And I'd like to invite Michael Sinacros from the Philippines to share his thought in this regard, Pak. Thank you, Pak. Please, Pak.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to everyone. And I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me here to be part of this event, although I'm joining online because I'm here in Bali attending the ASEAN Ministers Meeting. Let me just share my presentation.
Yeah, we have to wait a minute, Pak, for the presentation, Pak. Or maybe you can go on with your explanation, Pak, maybe.
Sorry for why.
Okay, Pak Michael, maybe you can unmute, Pak. We cannot hear you, Pak. Please, Pak.
Okay, can you see my presentation? Huh?
Okay, so Tim, please. No.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah, Pak. Well, maybe you can. Yeah, okay. Can you share? You can start share, Pak.
Can you now see my presentation?
Not yet, Pak.
Okay. I don't know how to.
or maybe you can restart your Teams, Pak, and then you can share the screen then.
Now see my presentation? No, not yet.
Yes, not yet, Pak. Not yet, Pak.
It's operating on your phone. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, otherwise, you need to like restart your computer or something, Pak? Masih enggak jelas posisinya, ya? Okay. Okay, so once Pak Michael still preparing his computer, I'd like to maybe highlight some point from either Pak Edwin and Pak David from their previous presentation that from Pak Edwin, at least you need a more mandate, Pak, ya, with regard to the Minister of Finance decree, as providing some fiscal incentives to your portion as the ATM country platform, Pak. And so far, we know that this PMK, this ministerial decree is ongoing, and we may expect that it can be stated by enacted by Bu Menteri maybe in the near future, Pak. So then, if I may note that according to your calculation, Pak, that the IRR, potential IRR will be 8.5%, and there is no increase in terms of tariff, Pak. So would it be preferable, Pak, for the investor with your finding, Pak, and maybe with your country platform manager position right now, is there any like fiscal incentive or fiscal facilitation that can be you need to be done to support your position, Pak? And for Pak David, we know that in here we also have our colleagues from World Bank. They also doing some just transition study, Pak. And we'd like very much happier, yeah, if our colleague from World Bank also can join with us in the discussion. So far, Pak, if we may refer to your current study, Pak, in terms of because the just transition will be conducted in the asset level. So so far, any findings that from the community surrounding the Cirebon that been aware about the potential impact of the Cirebon one early retirement in the near future, Pak. Then I think that from me as the follow-up question both for Pak Edwin and Pak David, while we are waiting for Pak Michael to be prepared, Pak. Please, Pak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think we are in the journey to develop transition asset class, yeah, and it is a complex asset class to me. And one of the narrative is coal phase out because of Indonesia's situation right now. And from my understanding about the coal phase out itself, yeah, and our fact finding to the constraint that limits us as new investors, new impact investors, yeah, to this journey. I think it requires lower cost of capital, whether it is equity and financing, and how can we fairly sharing the burden, as Pak Febrio mentioned and Pak Rahmat also mentioned in previous section. I think for us, First of all, as a SMV, Special Mission Vehicle of the Ministry of Finance, we are frequently assigned by MOF to act on behalf of MOF in conducting transaction that is having a big impact but not commercially viable. So I think that's why government support is part of the blended element that enable us to perform, and to collect and collaborate, and at the end of the day, provide the project with lower cost of capital, which is in a particular case, lower cost of debt. I think for that reason, I think we can start exploring and replicate for another transition asset class. And of course, we also expect that the support not only coming from the government, but of course from other stakeholders, and it also can create the flow of concessional finance to the country. I think that's from my standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Edwin. So I'd like to invite Pak David, Pak, please, Pak.
So yeah, just briefly, and I see Director Sinacruz's presentation is up, and so I'll be brief so we can hear from him. I'll just highlight that from a financial point of view, that we are using a traditional finance approach, which is re-leveraging the investment, but also combining that with concessional capital, that we can really maximize the retirement of the coal-fired power plant. So it's really trying to do something that is innovative, together with using traditional approaches and concessional financing for this first transaction. But also, if we can later use this to demonstrate the emission reductions, we could use carbon credits or produce carbon credits that can be monetized, and that could minimize the need for concessional finance. So it's, I think, very exciting to use concessional funds at this stage, and then later using a market-based mechanism, using the taxonomy to allow for these investments, as well as the carbon finance methodology to bring in other market-based approaches. So we're really excited about that. And then on the just transition, this is a challenging aspect because we're trying to design for to mitigate the just transition impacts at the end of life for this coal-fired power plant, which is estimated under the transaction at around 2037. What I see as a real exciting opportunity within Indonesia, as a country that has significant mineral resources, wants to develop a clean energy economy. So in battery production, as well as other clean energy technologies, this provides that opportunity to shift employment, which is one key element of just transition, from, say, working at a coal plant to then being employed in clean energy technology production. So I think that ambition as part of Indonesia's broader plans really supports energy transition very well. Let me stop there and pass it back to the moderator.
Thank you, Pak David. So since Pak Michael's ready, so please, Pak, you can start your presentation, Pak.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to everyone again, and apologies for the technical problems. Let me start my presentation. So my presentation will cover three parts. I'll be discussing first the energy situation of the country, the energy plan, which is our action plan, or the roadmap for the energy transition, and lastly on the ETN. Next slide. Next. Okay. So currently, if, our total primary energy supply, as you can see here, that we are highly dependent on fossil fuel. So it's about 67% of our primary energy supply. And among the fossil fuels, we are highly dependent on coal and oil. And RE only contributed around 33 or 34% of our primary energy supply. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. When it comes to total final energy consumption, the major users of our energy are the households and transport. About 60% or more than 60% of our final energy consumption was consumed by these two sectors. And the right hand or the pie chart on the right is by fuel. So we are heavily dependent on oil, about 50%, specifically for the transport. Next. So let me now go to the power generation. As you can see here that our power generation, we are highly dependent on coal. So it poses a challenge for us because about 60% of our power generation in 2022 was contributed by coal. While renewable energy, although the aggregate capacity of renewable energy contributed 29% of our total capacity, but in terms of generation, the share of RE in 2022 was only 22%, while we also have a significant share from gas, about 16% of our power generation. So let me now go to the Philippine Energy Plan. So we are currently, our current plan right now covers the period 2020 to 2040. And these are the targets that we set for this plan. We are aiming for the increase in RE share to 35% by 2040 and by 35% by 2030 rather, and increasing further to 50% by 2040. We are also looking at the penetration or the accelerated implementation of our energy efficiency and conservation programs that will realize energy savings. And we also looking at the penetration of electric vehicle, although we're going to revise the target since we do have the comprehensive EV roadmap right now in place, and the application of technological or information and communication technology, and lastly on energy resiliency, climate proofing of energy ecosystem. Next. So as I mentioned, we are currently updating the plan, and we are going to set a much ambitious target. So our reference will be the 50% of RE share by 2040 up to 2050 in high RE with low OSW. We are targeting that the RE share will increase to at least 60% of our power generation by 2050. So there will be coal retirements. So those that will be retired are these plants are those inefficient plants with high incidence of outages, as well as already reached the economic and technical life. So there's another one, and aside from the coal retirement, we are also looking at the development of nuclear energy under this scenario. Under the clean energy scenario too, we're going to have a higher penetration from offshore wind, and we are looking at the development of about 50 gigawatt of offshore wind, because there was a study conducted by World Bank that the Philippines has a huge potential for offshore wind, about 178 gigawatts. So we have issued several contracts on this, and because we open the RE industry to 100% foreign ownership. So there are now, I think, 3 service contracts with 100% foreign owned company. Next slide. So let me now go to the previous slide. So let me now go to the energy transition mechanism. So in line with the Philippine Transition Initiative, so we are now taking advantage of the opportunities to implement various programs and projects that are geared towards consumer protection, use of new, emerging, and more efficient energy technologies, the development and utilization of RE and other clean energy sources. And to keep up with the current trend, the Philippine government, through the Department of Energy, has been collaborating with the various development partners, the international organizations, including through the energy transition mechanism. Next, please. So this is the ETM, the indicative timeline for the ETM. The ETM has been developed to leverage market-based approaches to accelerate transition from fossil to clean energy. And in October of 2021, the Philippines was selected to develop an investment plan for the accelerating coal transition program of the climate investment funds under the ADB. And the main objective of the ACT program is to tackle key barriers related to governance, people, and infrastructure, as well as to address funding gaps leading to the successful implementation of country-level strategies associated with the Kickstart projects, to include even building support at the local and regional levels within the country, as well as to accelerate the retirement of existing coal assets. The 2 CIF ICT investment plan, this is the Multilateral Development Bank's missions, were conducted in partnership with our Department of Finance and the Department of Energy in August of last year and in March of this year, purposely to plan and prepare for the investment plan for the access of this fund on the accelerated coal transition. The CIF for Clean Technology Fund Committee reviewed the Philippines proposal for a 6-month extension on the submission of country's investment plan. So the request was approved last June of this year, and the Philippines investment plan shall be submitted to CIF by November of this year. Next. So last August 4 of this year, the ADB, together with the Department of Energy, World Bank, and the International Finance Corporation, held the first stakeholders engagement meeting for the Philippines CIF ACT investment plan. And we received more than 120 representatives from the Philippine government, NGOs, civil society, among others, private sector. And as a follow-up activity is to conduct in October a workshop to finalize the investment plan to be submitted, as I mentioned earlier, in November of this year. And I think that's it for the ETM. And I'd like to emphasize here that when we discuss this ETM with ADB, we are proposing that we should also look at the repurposing of coal power plants, not just only retirement, as well as looking at the impacts to the workers. We need to be included in the investment plan should be the upskilling, reskilling, upskilling of the workers to be affected when we're going to close down the coal mines, retire or repurpose some of our coal power plants. Not only the workers, but even the micro enterprises hosting the facilities, both the coal power plants and the mining areas. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pak Michael, for presentation on the ATM and energy policy planning in the Philippines. Because of the time constraint, so actually I would like to invite maybe participant to also raise some question, but maybe I have to finish the session a bit because of the time constraint. And if I may to sum up of the presentation from the three speakers. From the Indonesia, from the Pelabuhan Ratu, we can say that the preparations towards the implementation of the TM based on the country platform manager perspective is that we need to find some fine-tune between the financial and market perspective, and how the government may provide some support to that. And from the Cirebon, some further aspects it's in the place, including launching studies on the just transition, and as well as the environment and social audit, as well as further discussion between the owner or the shareholders of the Cirebon with the relevant government institution. And from the Philippines, I think there are some steps moving forward, and we are expecting that in the future maybe some of the implementation of ETM both in the Indonesia as well as in the Philippines can be the best practices implementation of ETM in the world. I think I have to stop there due to the time constraint, and thank you very much for participants, and for sure for the three prominent speakers for sharing in the today's seminar. And I will give it back time and place to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Again, thank you for Mr. Nur Syaifuddin, and also our honorable speakers for the insightful discussions. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have discussed two subtopics about introductions and roundtable of energy transition in Indonesia, and also that has been completely delivered by our speakers. And also we have discussed about the second topics, which is about country update energy transition mechanism from our speakers, Mr. Edwin as the President Director from PTSMI, and also Mr. David from ADB, and also the third speaker, Mr. Michael from Department of Energy Philippines. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one last session of today's seminar. The last session is about road to just and affordable transitions. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will provide a venue for speakers to explain about green taxonomy in Indonesia, and also will highlight just transitions and strategic environment and social assessment on the implementations of energy transition mechanism. Absolutely. Before we start the third sessions, let me introduce our moderator, Ms. Pande Putu Oka Kusumawaradani. She is head of Center for State Revenue Policy, Fiscal Policy Agency of Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Pande Putu Oka Kusumawardani.
Okay, still good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have come to the third sessions of the today's seminar of energy transitions mechanisms, ASEAN country updates, road to just and affordable transitions. And my name is Pande Putuka Kusumawardani, and I will be your moderator for this session. And in these sessions, we will have 4 prominent speakers who will share their valuable thought and also experiences. Our first speaker, Ms. Mutia Khairani, Senior Climate Finance Specialist from ASEAN Development Bank. Our second speaker would be Mr. Joko Triharyanto, President Director of the Indonesian Environment Fund. Our third speaker is Mr. Eugene Wong, Monetary Authority of Singapore, Vice Chair of the ASEAN Taxonomy Board, who will join our today's event online. And our fourth speaker, Ms. Henriette Verjuman, the first Counselor for Environment, Climate Action and Digital Cooperation at the European Union Delegation to Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers. So in this session, we will be covering the discussion on carbon pricing, carbon market, and the relevant role of the Indonesian Environmental Fund in carbon market, carbon fund management to support the just and affordable transitions of energy in Indonesia, and highlight the relevant works under the strategic environment and social assessment on the implementations of energy transitions mechanism. We will also discuss about the important role of the green taxonomy in ASEAN and also in European Union to establish common ground and also key enabling policy or instruments that perhaps can support energy transitions in ASEAN. And before we start the discussion, let me explain a few details about the seminar. There will be, each panelist will be provided presentations time for about 10 minutes, and there will be a Q&A session at the end of the presentation. So without further ado, it's time to hear from our first speaker, Ms. Mutia Khairani. Ms. Khairani is a climate change specialist of the Energy Transitions Mechanism team in the Southeast Asia Energy Division, ASEAN Development Bank. She is leading the ADB's engagement with Indonesia ETM country platform under the Ministry of Finance. And prior to this assignment, Ms. Khairani has previously worked in ADB as the risk management specialist in the Office of Risk Management and Project Portfolio Analysis. She is graduated from the National University of Singapore with master's degree in environmental management and is certified sustainable and climate risk professional. So Ms. Mutia will highlight just transitions and CESA on the implementations of ETM, and you will have 10 minutes to deliver your presentations. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Oka, for the introduction. So a very good afternoon, everyone, in the seminar. So please screen the slide. Okay, the next slide, please. Maybe I'll start. So just would like to emphasize that ADB supports the government of Indonesia in its energy transition journey. It has been a long-standing partnership since 2021 when Indonesia joined the Southeast Asia ETM partnership, which continue in the G20, as well as continuously we support also the JETP operationalization of the Secretariat. So the previous speakers, including Pak Febrio, also already highlighted the national commitment for decarbonization and energy transition. So I would not repeat again, but I'd like to emphasize that ADB role is really to work together with the government to crowd in public and finance sector partners, and to support just transition and ensure the climate credential of the ETM transaction and harness carbon finance mechanism. Next slide, please. So this slide will show you the 4P approach, which encompasses the ETM towards just and affordable transition in Indonesia. The previous speaker, including David, has already highlighted the policy, power, and partnership approach that ADB has adopted. And today's presentation, I'll emphasize the people aspect, because the people pillar here, where ADB aims to ensure that workers and communities that will be affected by the energy transition mechanism, by the retirement of the coal-fired power plant, are properly supported. And we are mobilizing various resources to support, including the analytics and capacity building to support the Indonesian government, as well as coordinate with other initiatives such as Climate Investment Fund and the JETP. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about the ETM piloting and study that we're building upon, we have 4 components here, or parts that works together as an interlinked puzzle. So on the left side here that you see are the regional and country feasibility study that covers technical, legal, regulatory, and financial assessments. So the left side here, we look at the elements such as power plant selection based on multi-criteria analysis, the impact on the system, financial structuring analysis, and including commercial and legal structure. And when we look at the right side of the screen, we look at the 2 pieces of puzzle there, safeguards and just transition. And these 2 underpins the people aspect of the ETM. And supporting just transition, protecting livelihood, and providing affordable electricity. So all these 4 components are interrelated and inseparable. Next slide, please. So when we zoom in into the 2 people pillar elements here, safeguard and just transition, what do they mean? What are these? And just to emphasize also what Pak Febrio mentioned in his opening speech, that the ultimate goal is to seamlessly attain a low carbon economy while simultaneously safeguarding our economic growth and preserving employment. And this is where the people pillar comes in by looking at 2 aspects. The first one is safeguard, and this is underpinned by ADB safeguard policy. And safeguard here is really looking at managing environmental and social risk. And at the strategic level, we're coming in with the strategic environmental and social assessment, which is termed at SESA, and this is looking at strategic national country level. And at the asset level, this is to ensure the due diligence addresses adverse impact, both direct and indirect, and to ensure compliance with the safeguard requirements. On the lower end of the slide, we're looking at just transition, and this is underpinned in Paris Agreement. It is part of the preamble of the Paris Agreement, and it is depicted in the Multilateral Development Bank high-level just transition principle. And beyond compliance, beyond managing the environmental and social risk, this is to plan for transition that ensures socio-economic inclusion. So in this aspect, we're looking at jobs, income, gender, even fiscal and migration, social aspect, financing, and other opportunities. And the just transition aspect, we'll be looking at mitigating impact at direct, indirect, and induced level. So both work, safeguard and just transition, are interrelated, they're coordinated. There has been feedback between the 2 work streams because both of them are looking at impact assessment, mitigation frameworks and plans, as well as stakeholder engagement, consultation, social dialogue. It also looks at the necessary policy and regulatory condition to attain the just transition, and both are really Paris-aligned focused. So next slide, please. And let me move on to briefly on the second part of my presentation, focusing on the strategic environmental and social assessment. So if you're looking at this slide, it describes the two scope of safeguards. The first one on top is the strategic national level, which will look at policy, plan, and program. And we're looking at this assessment at Southeast Asia level, national, provincial, and including the district level. So we have done the assessment in Jawa Barat, Sulawesi Selatan, and Kalimantan Timur. Those are the three major regions that are sampled with a very prominent impact on coal-fired power plant operations as well as the supply chain. And at the lower level, if you can see the Asia environmental impact and social impact assessment, those are at the project level whereby safeguards are being applied at the asset level to ensure the compliance to ADB safeguard requirement. Next slide, please. So we have done the strategic environmental and social assessment. This is an ongoing assessment, still ongoing. We have been working in collaboration with Ministry of Finance, very much appreciating their championing this work. We are looking at addressing the key environmental, socio-economic, health and safety issues and risk, addressing the risk and adverse impact, and conduct recommendation on the mitigating measure. So the national workshop, there has been 4 rounds happening, and yeah, Pak Joko has actively participated in all the national workshop also, and very strong involvement by the BECIF colleague here from Ministry of Finance. And we also have conducted the regional level at provincial and district level and the 3 provinces previously mentioned. And this involved not just the government element, but also business, civil society, communities, as well as academia. Next slide, please. And let me quickly, with my remaining 2 minutes, to move on the just transition aspect. As I explained before, this is longer term, this is beyond assessing the risk and impact that previously being looked at in the safeguard element. So just transition will bring this forward into a coherent just transition planning that will address transition towards decarbonized and green economy, and therefore it needs to address these 4 actors here: workers, supplier, communities, and consumer along the supply chain of coal. And if we're talking about energy transition mechanism and coal phase out, the actor here are along the supply chain of coal. And next slide, please. Again, if you're familiar with this circle, to see the overlapping of scope from the Southeast Asia regional level, national, subnational, community, and project level. And in just transition approach, it is comprehensively addressed all the way even to the project level. So the just transition objective needs to be translated at all this layer, including at the project level. And the scope and the approach will be different but interrelated. So in the national level, obviously the capacity of national government to look at the direct, indirect, and induced impact, including the impact towards fiscal and tax and national system will be looked at. And then going down deeper into the project level, this is where it starts to overlap with the safeguard element, because safeguard will be looking at social and environmental aspect, but also looking at the just transition plan for the worker, labor union, women, communities surrounding the area, and how this will be embedded into the project level transaction. And this has not been done before, so we are currently piloting it, as David has explained previously, to conduct this just transition assessment, both at all level here, as well as the just transition plan that can be executed at the project level. Next slide, please. So for Indonesia, what we are working together with the Ministry of Finance and the stakeholder are looking at the just transition approach at 3 levels, and this is focusing on the ETM, focusing on the early retirement of coal plants, and this is where SESA, the strategic assessment, will act as the feedback mechanism with the just transition framework shaping planning and policy recommendation. At the national level, will be coordinated by the Ministry of Finance through technical assistance, but we are also looking at applying this at the country platform level with PTSMI, and then down to the asset level for each individual power plant, just transition approach will be applied. And this will be synthesized into a mitigating intervention and financing plan at those 3 different levels. So the next slide, please. I'll just wrap up with this final slide. So I'd like to emphasize ADB commitment to safeguard and just transition. It is a critical path for implementing the energy transition mechanism. And it works also in coordination with the JETP. Well, JETP looks beyond ETM per se. It also includes 4 other or more investment areas, and this will serve as an input to that. So if you look at the what's next, what's ahead, the left side will look at the near to medium term output of this activity, which is still on progress. The SESA for ETM in Indonesia will culminate with establishment of the Strategic Environmental and Social Management Plan, and this will serve as a recommendation for the Indonesian government to manage the environmental and social risk and to enable the just energy transition. In parallel, the just transition activity is also happening, as earlier mentioned, at 3 levels. This will be delivered through technical assistance as well as capacity development. Down at the pilot transaction level, we are working on the just transition impact assessment and piloting the just transition framework plan, so the plan that will be applied at the asset level. And in the meantime, the stakeholder engagement will be continuing. And this will be done in coordination in supporting the development of institutional and policy framework and financing approaches to implement just transition in Indonesia through the energy transition mechanism. I'll conclude there, and thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Ibu Mutia Khairani, for highlighting many of the processes that have been undertaken and the noteworthy findings that SESA has in ensuring the energy transition process is carried on in a fair and affordable manner, while minimizing impact of the affected communities due to the initiative of CFPPs. Next, let me introduce our second speaker, Mr. Joko Triharyanto. He is currently the CEO of Indonesia Environment Fund, Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. And in this role, he is responsible for formulating financing to support the mitigation and adaptations of climate change and other activities under environment issues. And he is also an associate lecturer for several reputable universities in Indonesia, such as Faculty of Economic and Business University of Indonesia and University of Pajajaran. Before joining the Indonesia Environment Fund, he worked for Fiscal Policy Agency as a senior researcher since 2006. And today, Mr. Joko will talk about the Indonesian Environment Fund roles in carbon fund management. But before that, Pak Joko, the Indonesian Environmental Fund is currently entrusted with the mandate of managing environmental fund in Indonesia, aiming to drive mitigation and adaptation actions within the country, while concurrently empowering communities to engage in climate-related initiatives. So in the context of energy transitions management process and under the role of IAF, in what extent the IAF has taken steps to fulfill this role in this regard. So please, Pak Joko.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. But this is quite tragic, yeah, because we talk about the energy efficiency, but we are really cold, yeah, in this room. We talk about the climate change, but the temperature is quite low. Yeah, this is quite tragic. Just to continue what colleagues from ADB, Ibu Rani already present and already mentioned. So please let us introduce that we are from the Indonesian Environment Fund, and we just talked about our mandate, new mandate, yeah, managing carbon funds, yeah. When we already launched next September, perhaps, because our colleagues from OJK, yeah, will launch as soon as possible. And besides, we talk about the carbon fund. Actually, we can also support the ETM itself from our portfolio, because we already have many experience, yeah, deal and also engage with many NGO and community-based level approach. So this is quite interesting how to connect the ETM itself, yeah, with managing NGO voices, because if we look from the PTSMI perspective, they are, of course, they are only focusing on, well, from the financing side. And if we remember from the previous speaker, particularly from Paul Putar-Putar, yeah, on the first session, if we look from ETM itself and also JP coalition, we know that we can find a very crucial aspect, just transition. And this is also very important for ADB. Yeah, that's why this is quite interesting. If Indonesia Environment Fund could be also manage just transition aspect, as well as distribute and also managing the voices from NGO, just to fulfill the mandatory structure from ETM itself. But in this moment, I think we try to really focus on the carbon fund management. We start from the first slide, yeah, perhaps we start from our Indonesia commitment, yeah, just to recap and also recall what Febrio mentioned on the opening session, that the government quite ambitious, because we already increased our commitment from NDC 29% to become 41%, and release the new document under the enhanced NDC, increasing until 31.8%, and also from the international side, the government commitment could be 43%. And this is also quite interesting, because last year, actually, the government also released another document, long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilient, and also giving the commitment towards the net zero emission 2060 or sooner. And this is quite interesting. If we look from ETM principle, ETM could be the accelerator, yeah, for the government from Indonesia to get the sooner from the net zero emission targeted. Next. From the first slide, we can look from the government commitment, but all the commitment must be supported by money, by the financing or funding. And based on our calculation, yeah, third biennial updated report, the government requirement funding to achieve national determined contribution 2030 quite big, yeah. We calculate, the government calculate almost 247 billion. And this big money cannot fulfill only from the government budget, because the Ministry of Finance calculation through the climate budget taking annually, the capacity of government budget no more than 34% annually to get the achievement of, to support the achievement of NDC 2030. So the fiscal gap or the financial gap is quite high, huge. That's why the government established Indonesia Environment Fund. Next slide, please. So Indonesia Environment Fund actually established since 2019, and this is quite interesting because, next please, because we serve more than one line minister. Yeah, we serve almost 10 line minister mandatory under the NDC sector. Yeah, main sector under the NDC. Next please. So if we look from our committee, we have almost 10 line minister. Next, please. So this is our business process. Like I mentioned before, the Indonesia Environment Fund has the almost 10 line minister. Majority, the main sector under the NDC. So we can see our process is not only one, but 10, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime, and so on. And this is quite interesting because if we look from our thematic, yeah, next please. If we look from our thematic, we also put the high priority on the affordable clean energy as well as the energy transition. And this is our current portfolio. So you can see that BPDLH quite active, even we are still young. Yeah, since 2019, we are very active to collect money, particularly from the international side, but from the MDBs or big philanthropy. This is our portfolio now. Consists of 3 different funding instruments: grant, loan, or investment, and also endowment. If we look from the total money under the BPDLH or Indonesia Environment Fund management now, almost 1.5 billion USD. And this is quite interesting. If we look from the potential businesses, yeah, next please. If we look from the potential businesses, if we reverse from the government regulation, presidential regulation number 98, 2021, Indonesia Environment Fund also give mandate, yeah, priority to manage carbon fund or carbon revenue. So if we reverse from this regulation, presidential regulation as well as ministerial regulation, Indonesia Environment Fund will manage revenue from carbon trade and also a result-based payment. So this is new challenge if we link with the ETM activity, how to connect revenue. Yeah, because Paul already mentioned under the JP and as well as ADB now still on the period to develop new methodology to calculate carbon producing by early retirement. So next challenge perhaps how the Indonesia Environment Fund as the institution giving mandate to collect and manage carbon revenue and then give back to the institution already done with the ETM activity. Perhaps we can discuss later, yeah, with the ADB, with the JP, because now we are still on the initial state to develop business process from our new mandate, yeah, a new regulation on the carbon pricing, managing carbon revenue, and then give back to the actor. If we reverse from the government regulation, Indonesia will have 4 different actors on the carbon trading. The first actor is the state government or the central government, and the second actor is the local government, and the third actor is the private and corporation, and the last actor is the community-based level. So if we reverse from the ETM activity, this is quite interesting, how BPDLH will disperse to give a support, development, and also give the result from carbon and deliver to the carbon actor. So this is my last slide, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Joko, for sharing with us the IAF's role in carbon fund management, and we understand that from your presentation, the role of the IAF is certainly crucial in improving the inclusiveness of mitigation adaptations actions within the energy transitions initiatives in the country. So now let us move to the third speaker, which will highlight the ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2. We will, our third speaker is Mr. Eugene Wong. He will be present online. I hope you're there, Mr. Eugene Wong. Can you hear our voice? Okay, there you are. So before that, I would introduce Mr. Our third speaker. Mr. Eugene Wong is the CEO of Sustainable Finance Institute Asia, an independent institute established to catalyze ideas on sustainable finance at the policy level in ASEAN, as well as propel actions in support of those policy area. The institute is the host of the ASEAN Taxonomy Board, and he previously served as the Managing Director, Corporate Finance and Investments of the Securities Commission Malaysia, and was closely involved in the ASEAN Sustainable Capital Market initiatives, including the ASEAN Green, Social and Sustainability Bond Standards. Mr. Eugene Wong will highlight the ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2. Are you ready to deliver the presentations, or?
Yes, I am, Ibu. Thank you very much for the kind introduction.
Okay.
And I apologize to
Please,
everyone
the time is yours,
for not being able. Can you hear me? That's good. And I apologize to everyone for not being there in person. If I can have the first slide, please. Thank you. And the next slide. So I'd like to start off with what Pak Joko said just now. And what he mentioned is actually very important, that the achievement of decarbonization must be supported by money, and government money is not enough to do this. So this is the reason why we have a taxonomy. And for those of you who are new to taxonomies, a taxonomy is actually a classification system. And this particular classification we have under the ASEAN taxonomy is actually meant to help us orient capital towards sustainable activities and away from non-sustainable activities. So the ASEAN taxonomy was actually endorsed by the ASEAN finance ministers and central bank governors meeting back in 2021. And the AFMGM was very clear because they wanted the ASEAN taxonomy to firstly be the overarching guide for all our member states, complementing their respective national sustainability initiatives and serving as ASEAN's common language for sustainable finance. What does that mean? It means that every country can still have national taxonomies to address national interests and national priorities, but the ASEAN taxonomy would be the common platform for all of us to. Now, because of that, the individual circumstances of all our member states could be taken into account, and the taxonomy could be inclusive, it could be beneficial to everyone. Importantly, the FMGM wanted the taxonomy to be able to facilitate an orderly and effective transition towards a sustainable ASEAN. Next slide, please. So the first version of the ASEAN taxonomy was released in November 2010, and the second, November 2021, my apologies, and the second version was released in March this year. So at the 42nd ASEAN Summit, the chairman had said that the introduction of the technical screening criteria in the taxonomy to address the early retirement of coal plants in the region is actually something that is going to be useful because it will help support the orderly, just, and affordable transition that the region needs. Next slide, please. So let me quickly share with you what the taxonomy looks like. The taxonomy has 4 environmental objectives, which includes climate change, mitigation, climate change adaptation, protection of healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, promoting resource resilience, and transition to a circular economy. It has also safeguards in essential criteria. So it has 3 essential criteria to provide safeguards. The first is that while you actually may support a particular environmental objective with your economic activity, you should not do harm to another environmental objective. That is what is meant by do no significant harm. The second is that we recognize that in this part of the world, we cannot flick a switch and turn green or become sustainable overnight. We may have situations that we have to remedy because there's harm caused to another environmental objective because we're trying to promote one. So we are giving people space and time to be able to remediate. And the third actually is on social aspects. So while the taxonomy does not specifically proactively promote just transitions, what it does do is that it supports just transitions through ensuring that human rights as well as community efforts are taken into account. Now, when I said the taxonomy doesn't proactively promote just transitions, I meant that from a assessment perspective on the action on a particular group of people. But the taxonomy does specifically promote just transitions by allowing a pathway through its multi-tiered system to actually promote the gradual orderly transition of our economies into a sustainable economy. The taxonomy has 2 components. The first is actually a foundation framework. The foundation framework actually is a principles-based system, and that is meant to help our member states who don't have enough data at the moment immediately start the sustainability journey by relying on a principles-based approach. And then for those who are ready, we have a plus standard that is based on the technical screening criteria. The taxonomy covers 6 focus sectors that will encapsulate 85% of emissions in the region, and also 3 enabling sectors that will support the 6 focus sectors in decarbonizing. So what is really unusual about the taxonomy is that for the foundation framework, we use a traffic light system, but for the plus standard, we actually have more than 1 threshold for eligibility under the taxonomy. So in the EU taxonomy, you only see 1 threshold, but we have up to 3 because, as I mentioned just now, the whole purpose is to support a transition for our member states. Next slide, please. Right, so when I talked about the tiers, what I meant is that if we look at our plus standard, we can have up to 3 thresholds. The first threshold, which is the most ambitious, is something that we want to align as far as possible to the EU taxonomy, and that meets a 1.5 degree commitment or goal. But what happens if you can't reach this, but you are trying? So we provide a second threshold. This is called Tier 2, which is a performance level that's contributing significantly but not meeting the ambitions of the first tier, the most ambitious tier. And what happens if you can't reach Tier 2 today? You can start off with Tier 3 first and gradually work your way to Tier 2. Tier 3 is something that is not meeting Tier 1, Tier 2, but business as usual. And over time, Tier 2 and Tier 3 will be retired, so what we do is we move things forward. Next slide, please. Right, and the next slide. So I did explain about the traffic light system just now, and I won't go into that because we're short of time. Can I have the next slide, please? And the next slide. So how do the tiers work? Let me give you an example. So in the production of energy, for instance, tier 1 is the most ambitious tier, and it has a 1.5 degree alignment. So the threshold for that tier is aligned to the EU taxonomy. You cannot produce more than 100 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. In tier 2, it's not more than 100, but it's more than 100, but less than 425. And tier 3, it's more than 425, but less than 510. So over time, tier 2 and tier 3 will be sunset, and we expect everyone to continue their journey forward towards tier 1. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this session is really to talk about coal phase-outs, and for the ASEAN taxonomy, the ASEAN Taxonomy Board thoroughly considered how and where coal phase-outs can play an important role in decarbonization to support the Paris Agreement. And in order to respond to the diverse needs of our member states and to facilitate this orderly and just transition that we spoke of, the ATB has developed a technical screening criteria for coal phase-out, which aims to promote inclusivity without compromising the credibility of the whole taxonomy. The ATB knew that this was going to be a very novel approach. In fact, as you know, the ASEAN taxonomy is the first taxonomy to incorporate a coal phase-out criteria, but it believed that if it's approached correctly, it will provide a powerful tool for transition. Next slide, please. So, under the ASEAN taxonomy, a coal phase-out can be classified as green, Amber Tier 2 or Amber Tier 3 under the technical screening criteria. So green is a very, very high standard because we require the phase-out to be aligned to a 1.5 degree outcome consistent with the IA net zero emissions pathway. For Amber Tier 2, there is a bit more latitude given, and that particular transaction only has to comply with a 1.5 degree outcome derived from a regional country-specific pathway. But it has to be science-based either way. And Tier 3 is, again, even more liberal, and it is actually just based on the commercial life of the plant and also when the plant is built. So next slide, please. The idea actually of really having this taxonomy criteria put out was because if we have individual financial institutions coming out with their own criteria, then what you will have is a lack of consistency and lack of agreement. So this will hinder action. And at the same time, many FIs just simply don't have the resources to develop their own criteria. By coming up with this, the ASEAN Taxonomy Board has actually put out to the international community, to the financing community, all stakeholders, what is the balance between the reality in Southeast Asia as well as an ambition that is sufficiently credible to help us play a very, very key role in the global decarbonization effort. So there was a lot of support for the coal phase-out. Ibu Sri Mulyani herself talked about how the coal phase-out criteria will help countries like Indonesia transition. Next slide, please. Deputy Prime Minister Lawrence Wong from Singapore also talked about how the taxonomy can help provide clarity to investors and financial institutions on the transitions that are taking place in our part of the world. And next slide, please. So the ASEAN taxonomy, particularly the coal phase-out criteria, received actually quite a bit of attention. And initially, I will say that there's been a lot of excitement on its launch, and actually we have been receiving a lot of feedback. We have been receiving a lot of requests to discuss the coal phase-out criteria further by international parties, and we see that this is a very important step moving forward. So next slide, please. Right. So for those of you who want the ASEAN taxonomy, you can download it at these particular websites. So with that, actually, because we're running short of time, thank you very much, and we can take questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eugene Wong, for the very comprehensive explanations about the ASEAN Taxonomy 2. as well as to show us how it has incorporated the early retirement coal-fired power plant within its framework, as well as support the just transitions by providing opportunity in a way of gradual approach of energy transitions applied in the region. With that, we can move to the last speaker. Our last speaker is Ms. Henriette Verjuman. She is the first counselor for environment, climate actions, and digital cooperations at the European Union delegations to Indonesia, based in Jakarta. From 2014 until 2020, she was working as head of section in the European Union delegations to India, responsible for cooperations in the area of environment, mobility, urbanizations, energy, and climate change. Among other, has created the India-EU partnerships on water, clean energy and climate, smart and sustainable urbanizations, and circular economy. Ms. Henriette Verjuman will inform us about the EU taxonomy, and it will be, we are very looking forward to your explanations in this regard. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. I know that I'm the last speaker, so I hope that I can still manage to keep you a little bit interested. This is a very difficult topic, but the previous speaker made it already quite a bit easier for me. So I can see my presentation. You can see it as well. That's great. Okay, so I think you are all aware that the European Union has a quite ambitious climate and environment policy. We call it the European Green Deal, which is our sustainable growth strategy. And among others, that strategy is supposed to help us achieve 25% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and to reach climate neutrality by 2050. So, of course, in order to be able to achieve this, taxonomy is a really important tool for us to make sure that we understand what kind of investments are actually taking us in this direction. So, next slide, please. So, the European Union started working, or the European Commission started working towards the Sustainable Finance Framework already in 2018 with a Sustainable Finance Action Plan. Which was a renewed sustainable finance strategy, and that was announced in the European Green Deal that I mentioned. So in the last just 5 years, we have managed to put forward a large number of things that you see here on the screen, including some very important regulations, disclosure systems, green bond standards, and benchmarks, and then, of course, what I'm here to talk about today, the EU taxonomy. Next slide, please. This is, oh, that jumped very quickly. That's fine, because I didn't want to say much about the previous slide anyway. So, the EU taxonomy really serves three purposes. It provides clarity on what is an environmentally sustainable activity and under which circumstances. It measures the degree of sustainability of an investment and of green activities of companies, and it helps investors and companies to plan and report on the transition by setting objectives and the direction of travel for different economic activities. In other words, the EU taxonomy is an important market transparency tool that helps direct investments in the economic activities that is most needed for the green transition. Next slide. Okay, now it really jumps very quickly. Anyway, so before I go to this, I will just say that the taxonomy is designed to be updated regularly as technologies and policies change. It's technology neutral, it helps foster transparency, and it is not a mandatory list of projects to invest in. It doesn't rate the greenness of companies, and it doesn't judge the financial performance of investments. So, and also it's not the entire truth. There may be other projects that are not classified in this taxonomy that are still very good and green, and projects that are going in the right direction. So the taxonomy regulation So now I'm a little bit uncertain. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, previous slide. It's a little bit confusing. Anyway, so the taxonomy regulation entered into force in July 2020, and it establishes the basis for the EU taxonomy, and it sets out 4 overarching conditions that an economic activity has to meet in order to qualify as environmentally sustainable. So first of all, it has to substantially contribute to one of 6 environmental objectives. We heard 4 environmental objectives in the previous presentation for ASEAN. We have 6 environmental objectives outlined in the EU taxonomy. So this first criteria is about making a positive contribution. The second one is about not doing significantly harm of the environment objectives, so that's the safeguard. And then it has to be carried out in compliance with minimum safeguards, and it has to comply with certain technical screening criteria. Next, please. Okay, so here we see the different delegated acts under the regulation, which are a climate delegated act that entered into force already in January 2022, which covers climate mitigation and climate adaptation. And then, as I mentioned, there are 6 different parts of the regulation, and the 4 other ones are under the Environment Delegated Act that you see here on the bottom: circular economy, water and marine resources, pollution prevention and control, and biodiversity and ecosystems. Next slide, please. Here you see the entire activities, the entire sectors that are covered, a huge number of sectors and activities. We have already the climate taxonomy that is already in force, covers more than 100 activities in the sectors that are responsible for more than 2/3 of the EU's emission. And as I mentioned, in 2021, we presented new criteria for activities that make a substantial contribution to the other 4 sectors, so the environment sectors. Next slide, please. So, besides the taxonomy, we are also making important steps forward towards fighting greenwashing and other types of misinformation with the adoption of a proposal on the transparency and integrity of environmental and social governance rating activities. So the key aim of this proposal is to increase transparency on ESG ratings, methodologies, objectives and characteristics, and data sources. It also aims to increase clarity on the operation of the ESG rating providers, in particularly to prevent and mitigate potential risks associated with conflicts of interest. Next slide, please. So I would, like the previous speaker again, warmly invite you to take a look at our website, where we have introduced a new EU taxonomy navigator